and what she told them to do. And anything, actually, in a way that if RGD wanted to kill Martha, he could have done it and have Martha reappear either on the street or the Valiant, maybe, because obviously time reverses and everyone's alive.
Why would anyone want to kill Martha Jones? She's such a good character.
Well, if she wouldn't actually die, because obviously time would be reversed, it'd be fine. But
I'm being facetious.
yeah, well, I mean, that would be interesting. But I'm fine with the way that Russell did it, because it doesn't matter what the master would have done, Martha still would have won.
Yeah, so this is what happens when we're not live, is we're just always on call wanking off Russell T Davies. That's all we do, 24/7.
I mean, we would. They always say, "Oh, you're wanking him off," or they joke about us wanking him off. Dude's just a good writer. I don't know what to say. He's just a good writer, and we're not blind to the parts where he's actually not in certain scenes he writes that aren't that great in terms of writing and consistency. Like, I literally just tweeted out like about an hour ago how Pete Saving Rose is not good. It's actually quite bad.
The Cult of Saxon is the worst written thing he did in his era, in my opinion. I can't think of anything that he wrote in his era that makes less sense than the Cult of Saxon.
I mean, the Doctor's surviving a massive jump and crashing to the floor without regenerating is a bit odd.
Yeah, that is also...
But here's the thing. That's all within the same story, so we can just say End of Time is probably the worst story he wrote.
Maybe.
But he still has some good stuff.
I don't know, in terms of plot, yeah. Not in terms of character.
In terms of plot, yeah, I'd say not in terms of character, but in terms of plot, it's
I haven't seen Torchwood Miracle Day, so I can't comment on that. But I've heard.
I imagine that can't be worse.
I've heard the Bloodline's pretty fucking bad. But I haven't seen it, so I can't comment.
But also, there's Death of the Doctor, but that's better. That's way better than End of Time.
I've heard the Bloodline is probably his worst work, but there is. I've also.
But here's the thing, Connor. We're dealing with Doctor Who fans who often get things wrong.
Well, the thing is that with the Bloodline is that there was obviously a big influence because he was working with an American partnership, and so half of Miracle Day was written by Americans, which is why it's... I haven't seen Miracle Day, but I've heard that that's part of the biggest issue, is that it's very weird. Yeah. Anyway, I haven't seen it, but I guess we'll talk about when we get to when I finally...
Yeah, also, I think I might be using the wrong mic, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a bit echoey.
Okay, let's have a look.
I'll just check. I think both on stream as well.
I think on OBS it's the Yeti mic. It's the correct one, I believe. I may have just changed the settings for it. Yeah, no, the microphones are correct. What do I sound like? Does it sound bad?
It's just a bit echoey. But that might be why I don't know.
Okay, wait. If I go like this. Right, does that sound better?
Yes, there we go.
Okay, I just have to press the button on the back of my microphone.
That's good.
Good. Well, I was just gonna... Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, sweet of us, virgin. Hallelujah.
Oh, also,
Hallelujah.
did you do the chat box that I sent you after the last stream?
No, because I'm using different software to the one you sent me.
Well, no, it's the same thing. It works the same way. Streamlabs OBS is the same. It's just a different kind of UI.
Well, I didn't have time anyway, but
that's right.
I basically just downscaled my browser and it fits.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, big news. Ninth Doctor Adventures response to all calls will come out soon. That's the biggest news of today, I think.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah,
that'd be good.
Yeah,
hopefully.
What else is there? I mean, if you go back to, if you're living in 2016, you pick up a newspaper, you'll see that Moffat said that Class is so sexy right now.
Class is shit. At least the first 4 episodes. Because I stopped after episode 4 because I just gave up. Because this is kind of shit.
Yeah. You know what's
I mean, when Capaldi appeared in the first episode, but I think that's all he appears in. That was pretty fun.
You know what's also shit?
What's also shit?
Time Flight.
I hear that's pretty bad too. Yeah, I hear that's also quite bad.
Yeah, it's Adric's just dead, and then the doctor's like, "Man, English cricket's really going out of style." I mean, it is pretty funny. I will say that is a pretty funny.
I feel like when I eventually watch Time Flight, I feel like I have to rewatch Earthshock and then Time Flight to really get that sense of, man, the writers just fucking dropped the ball.
The thing is that the difference is like when you watch something like Hellbent, it's like a direct like assault on Face Raven and Heaven Sent.
Yes,
it's like,
because it doesn't matter if you don't need to watch Heaven Sent like right before you watch Hellbent, because it gives you all the proper. Well, it doesn't give you all the context, but you roughly understand.
Well, the thing is that
on.
Moffat lunges in with a big samurai sword and tears it all apart. And...
Yeah, you don't need a refresher.
Whereas,
you just see it and know how.
Whereas
shit
with
it is.
Time Flight, they were like, "Well, Adric's dead. Now what? Let's go to
what do we do now?
Let's go to the next story. Oh, look, the Master's wearing blackface. Isn't that racist?" Yeah. I also...
That's big boy racism.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, apparently, bloody... I saw something else, but I can't remember what it was. It's something... It looked important, but I'm not very good at remembering these things.
I'm not too good at remembering things either. I'm very forgetful sometimes. I don't forget all the important stuff. Like
like our game,
like stuff like
our Game of Thrones
Lost
reviews.
Time Wars being good.
Oh yeah,
Game of Thrones season 1 being really good, which is all coming out now, which is nice to see.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Blind Manor being very good. I remember stuff like, oh yeah, there was one thing. Doctor Who was actually getting saved, possibly.
Really?
Yeah, I hear out of literal nowhere, because no one other than I think it was like January where this was rumored, but yeah, so Chris Chibnall was leaving Doctor Who.
But that can't be right. They just released a trailer a couple of days ago for Series 13.
You'd think that would be that'd be really weird timing. That when that'd be kind of strange, considering this has been like an era that's on paper seems like it's building towards something massive. To then say, we're leaving.
I was almost
after this
absolutely certain he was going to stick around for the 60th anniversary special.
I was pretty convinced he was going to be doing another like 2 seasons at least.
Yeah, I was dead set. Like, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you stick around one more year? One more year to make history and do the 60th, but no, apparently not.
I mean, that's this around this time next year, he'll be on his way out.
That's fucking wild. The next showrunner.
A year for now.
The next showrunner.
Just have to deal with this one more year.
Some people have theorized that the next showrunner's first episode is going to be the 60th anniversary.
What? No, that'd be a challenge. It wouldn't be impossible, but it'd be a challenge. What?
You know what it'd be like? You know that
I'm 50-50 on that.
You know the bit at the end of Deep Breath with Matt Smith cameos? It'd be like that for the whole story.
It would be. That would actually, no, I'm thinking about it. A 60th anniversary post-regeneration story. That actually sounds quite interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I'm kind of thinking about it, that actually wouldn't be. Obviously, it totally depends on who's writing it. But as idea, I'm actually kind of for it.
What if I've just got some like just crazy fan thoughts here. What if it's like a multi-doctor story, except rather than, you know, appearing together on screen and like having interactions, the Doctor's regeneration goes funky and they end up going backwards, and like they go back to previous Doctors. They are played by previous Doctors, and then they have to work their way back to the new Doctor. Like, what if that happened? I don't know if that would work, but that is a possibility. But then also there's the other one, like I said, it's just like, it'd be kind of crazy. It's like you have all of these Doctors just appear in the first story of the new one. That just sounds insane. Even then, even if they have episodes before that in 2023, like let's say they have like a full series, it would still be like crazy that in the first year the new showrunner has to do a 60th anniversary special.
Here's the thing. I feel like the audience of fans are like, it has to be big. It doesn't have to be. It can just be a really good story. Like I feel like just having it being a post-regeneration story, I think having it maybe a bit more Doctor-centric in terms of the history of the character, having those sort of elements be a part of the story, I think can work. It doesn't have to be big and bombastic.
I think there is a way.
We've got to shove a bunch of Doctors in it.
I'm sure there's a way to do it. Like, I'm sure there is a way to do it.
There's a way you can do it.
Yeah. Well, oh, you know what'd be great
if they went. Have this idea that
you know what'd be so.
Has to be in it.
You know what'd be so good. Okay, what if they went full? Because there's a Big Finish Audio Zagreus that did. It was the 30th anniversary in 2003. So this is before the show was coming back. What they did is they had Peter Davison, Colin Baker, and Sylvester McCoy, and actually technically Paul McGann as well, all play different characters that weren't the Doctor. So I'm just thinking, what if it was a new Doctor introduction, and you just bring back all the living actors that want to do it, and they play different characters? Like, they just appear as different characters that isn't the Doctor? That would be wild. And the BBC would probably never do it because they can't market it, but it would be insane if they did that. Imagine.
Yeah.
What if Peter Davison, Colin Baker, and Sylvester McCoy appeared as the characters they played in Zagreus? And then you just had like a whole bunch of like companions as well. They just appear, like the actors for the companions just appear as characters that aren't them. I feel like you would need like a really.
I don't think having a post-regeneration first episode 60th anniversary story, I don't think is impossible. I think it can be done.
Yeah, it is possible
because everyone's expecting it to just have a ton of actors from, you know, years gone by, you know, and it doesn't necessarily have to, but it can just be a very well-written story that's a new launching off point for a lot of people. And I think now obviously we don't know if that's going to happen. It probably won't, and I doubt it will. Yeah. I'm like 80% sure it's not going to happen.
You know how there's like those scenes, like you got one in the next Doctor and there's the one at the end of the 11th hour where they have like video footage of Doctors playing before like it goes to the current one. What if they did something like that, but instead of video footage, it was like the actual actors reprising their roles for something? I don't know. There's so many different things you could do. There's so much that's like, there's so many question marks as to what the hell's going to happen due to the fact that Chibnall and Jodie have decided to leave right before it. You know, I think probably the worst case scenario is we just don't get one at all. That would be pretty sad.
That would be bad, I'd say. That would be pretty bad. And that would be very sad.
Yeah, that would be pretty sad. But yeah, I'm very, very curious.
Yeah, I'm very curious. Now that this news has come out, which, by the way, I'm very happy about in terms of Chibnall leaving. Thank fuck he's leaving, because he is absolutely one of the worst writers for Doctor Who there's ever been. Like, there's a lot of contest there. There's a lot of bad writers in the show, but he's definitely down
I'd say
there.
he's the.
He's not made a single good episode.
I would say he's the worst showrunner for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's been.
Yeah.
Let's not beat around the bush. This era has been a failure. It absolutely has been a failure, and anyone who doesn't think it's a failure, you kind of need to smell the roses now. Like, open your eyes a bit, because if Series 12, here's the thing, Series 11, if that's just the same, you can recover from that. You can. The problem is Series 12 is really shit, and it does a lot of damage. So, if Series 12 was good, and the reception was very good, because let's be honest, in terms of, not many people cared in terms of the public, the general public. In terms of Doctor Who fans, it was quite mixed, mainly negative. It's been a failure. It really has. If it was positive, he absolutely would be staying on. Like, if this was going so swimmingly well, Series 11 and 12, really, really good, he would still be showrunner. There's no way he'd be leaving. So the reason he's leaving is because it's shit. And we just, like, it's so obvious to me that it's just been an absolute failure on every aspect of this era.
Obviously, my own experience, socially speaking, isn't a bar to use for success or failure, but I can say that when Series 11 first started, everyone was asking me about the show and wanted to watch it. Everyone. It was because it's new. Like, it was brand new. It was kind of like way of taking the show. It was something that everyone wanted to see, and then within the first few weeks, they all just flaked. Like, almost all of them
because
flaked.
The first few episodes are kind of shit.
And then by the time, it was definitely by the time the series ended, like Battle of Bran Scorab Kolos aired, no one was talking about it with me. I was the only one that was.
Because no one cared.
Yeah.
No one cared.
Yeah. So it is what it is. But I am, like you, I'm very happy with this news, because I've been wanting Chibnall to go since halfway through his first series, and that was 3 years ago. I was already.
I've been wanting him to go for a long time.
I was already sick of him 5 weeks into his run. I was like, no, I can't do this showrunner.
I think the moment I properly gave up was when Spyfall came out. I think that's when I properly gave up, because Series 11 for it was like it's not good. It's real bad. But you can, like I said, you can recover. You really can, because no characters, probably apart from the Doctor, in like Kablam, because you could still recover, because there were still blocks in place for you to then build a massive castle of great characters. Like, he has Ryan and Graham could all been great companions. The building blocks were there. Chibnall just had to put them together. And then in Series 12, he decided, you know what? Let me just put Graham and Ryan to the side, and let me just stare at Yaz and not add to it. That's kind of what he did for Series 12. And in terms of the Doctor, man, he tried real hard and failed in the most spectacularly destructive way. Like, what was he thinking? I'm so confused that this so-called 5-year plan, that it was all rumored that he was to have a 5-year plan, that at the second hurdle, which was Series 12, he just stumbled and he's like, you know what, fuck this. We're going to do one more season and that's it. Fuck it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's just... I mean, the thing is, the one thing he got right is it was 5 years long.
Yeah. Like, he got the job in... Oh, yeah, he was announced in 2017, wasn't he?
Yeah. And he's leaving 2022. That's 5 years.
If that's what he meant by the 5-year plan, from the day he walks in the door to the day he leaves, then sure, I guess that's a 5-year plan.
Yeah. Do one series every 18 months, and then fucking, I don't know.
Which are only 10 episodes long.
Yeah, and then
each season.
Yeah,
and especially the last season, which is going to be one big story that's 8 episodes.
Yeah, and then there's, after that, I believe it's like there's like 2 more specials, and then there's one feature length one, which is going to be her last one. So it's going to be a bit like the 09 specials.
but they're not going to be as good.
No, and a lot of people hate the
Well,
Iron
here's
specials.
the thing. Here's the thing. Next Doctor is fine. It's a 6 out of 10, around 7. Planet of the Dead, is that what it's called? I can't remember.
Planet of the Dead.
That's like a 5 or 6. Like, there's not really much actually wrong with it. I think people are just bored by it, which fine. I think it has very simple aesthetic.
I think there's redeeming elements in there that people don't give credit to.
I definitely agree.
But
it has
I
redeeming
think
qualities.
probably there's two scenes in there that I really, really like. The first one is the scene when the bus first crashes. One of the reasons why is it's almost it's very similar to Midnight, but the Doctor has learned from that experience, and the way he tackles that situation is very different because of that. I think that shows character growth in some ways. Then you've also got the scene where the police try to arrest him, and he says, "Oh yes, I'll go inside that police box and arrest myself."
Yeah, that's great. That's legitimately great.
Yeah. So,
and then you got Waters of Mars, which
best episode of New Who.
Exactly, yeah.
I
and then
don't...
you've got End of Time, which yes is pretty shit, but yeah.
End of Time's plot is fundamentally absolutely fucked, but the one thing that I will argue to death about is the Doctor's characterization.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm sorry, but his scene with him saying, "This is my reward and it's not fair," that's a good scene. Sorry, but it is. It makes complete sense for the Doctor to act that way, given who the 10th Doctor is as a character.
It's weird because the End of Time, just as a story, isn't very well written, but as a regeneration story for the 10th Doctor, it's actually really well done. If that makes it, does that make sense?
Yes.
Like in terms of
motivation and character, it is good.
Yeah.
In terms of logistics and getting to point A to point B, it's kind of fucked.
Yeah. However, I do think End of Time, and this, I don't know if this is a hot take, I think End of Time is a lot better than many of Chibnall's scripts. Because at least it has characterization. And that's something that I can't say about a lot of Chibnall.
In that sense, it's weighing up the good and the bad, I would say, in that aspect, which I'm fine with.
Which is
absolutely has better characterization.
Which is kind of crazy, because The End of Time is a story that has absolute bullshit magic resurrection in it, and yet somehow...
Like, here's the thing. Like, End of Time is better than Kablam. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. I'd say so.
Because the Doctor isn't an out of character, like, crazy person in End of Time.
I would absolutely say that I reckon it's better than Ranscore, because I think the Tim Shaw contrivance, and then also the Doctor's the Doctor's characterization and how she reacts to Graham locking him away and how it's never questioned is absolutely ridiculous. Then you've got Arachnids in the UK. I'd also say that End of Time's better than that, because again, characterization and plot, both of them absolutely fucked in Arachnids. Yeah, there's quite a few I could pick out. The Ghost Monument has that scene where the Doctor's morality around guns is so mishandled. Like the fact that the reason why she tells Ryan not to use guns is because they're not very useful. What?
No, did you see why I don't like guns? Oh, that's so weird, because
and then
they're fucking robots.
That's another problem with Ranscore as well, is that she says, "Oh, I was just saying it because you knew."
Oh, that's so stupid. Doctor would never say that.
Yep.
She would never say that.
I know.
Ah.
Yeah.
Like, Chibnall Chibnall definitely probably has... He's probably very low on Doctor characterization.
Yeah. The Saranga conundrum, I can't see how anyone could defend that, considering that it doesn't really have anything going for it. Like, I could see why someone could argue that it's not the worst episode, but I don't see, like, what is good about it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
it doesn't have aspects that's good, and I haven't seen it since it airs.
Yeah, it's not
around when it airs.
Well, it's not because it doesn't have like those really jarring moral massive moral things that stuff like Kablam and Arachnids
Yeah,
has.
for the most part, morally, it's like, yeah,
But
it's
just like, well, what is there though? Like, what can you say about
yeah,
the Serac conundrum?
it's bare to the bones, like very surface level stuff.
Yeah, and there's a lot of lazy tropes in it, like countdown timers and just it and like there's the pregnant man as well, and then there's, I don't know, it's very bland and poor acting too, which is something that End of Time actually has. It has really good acting in it. I know that a lot of people don't like it.
Even the little side characters that I don't think are that good, they're decently acted.
Yeah, but I think when you look at like the leads, like David Tennant, Bernard Cribbins, Timothy Dalton, and hot take, John Sim.
John Sim in the quiet moments is fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
The scene between him and the Doctor, and then the scene at the end, with him like I think that scene with him like saying "You never would, you coward," and then as the scene goes on a little bit, the sort of like change in facial expressions. That's such a nice little detail. It's really good stuff.
Ascension of the Cybermen and the Timeless Children is absolutely worse than the End of Time. I would argue that very, very, very strongly. There's very little positive I could say about that story in terms of writing. I could compliment, like, you know, production aspects, like a compliment score, but in terms of characterization and plot, it is appalling, that story. And dialogue as well. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's real bad.
I think that story might have the worst written dialogue, like, consistently, like not just individual moments, but like the worst consistently badly written dialogue in the whole show might be that story, just for like an individual like story overall. I can't think of a story that has that much clunky dialogue in it. Both parts as well.
Yeah, it's just not good.
Yeah. Oof.
He's not written a lot of good stuff, Chibnall.
No, he hasn't. Bloody Cyberwoman as well.
Like, what is his... What, legit, what is... In terms of Doctor Who, because I haven't seen a lot of his torturous stuff, except for Series 1, which is shit. What actually is the best Chibnall episode? What is the best written Chibnall episode that is, like... That probably still has a lot of issues, and it probably still shit.
Well,
but what is his best episode?
So I can't mention, so because you haven't seen Torchwood, I can't mention Countryside and Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, right?
Isn't Countryside in season 1?
Yeah, it is.
I've seen the reactions to it, but I haven't seen it in a long time, so I probably don't remember it.
So obviously, Day 1 Cyberwoman and End of Days are awful, but Countryside I do like.
Yes.
It's probably... obviously, if you broke it down, you might find issues. But in terms of what I've seen of him, it's probably the bit of Doctor Who media that I've liked the most. But the thing is, it's not really sci-fi. It's a gorecore of daytime horror, really. And a lot of it relies on the production and the acting. It's not really a writing thing. But I haven't seen... I've heard people say that Adrift is his best, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Adrift. But in terms of his Doctor Who, is that the question you're asking me? Is just, what's his best written Doctor Who episode? Well, I can tell you it's not the Hungry Earth two-parter, because that one is diabolical.
If someone says 42 is his best episode, I'm gonna scream.
Well, Game Trailer Prime just did.
Oh, fuck you. No! 42 is one of his worst.
It's
hot take. 42 is really bad.
42 is the one that I like the most. I'll say that much.
It's really... I hate it. I hate 42 so much.
But I will say, I don't think Chibnall's the reason why I like it.
Like, when I rewatched 42 after, like, I think it was rewatching... After I had to watch Series 11 and I think Series 12, I think I watched it not long after... I could just see all of the Chibnall writing on the wall. Like, it was so apparently obvious that Chibnall was the writer.
Wasn't it?
Fuck
I
me.
remember you said the same thing when you rewatched The Hungry Earth Cold Blood two-parter as well.
Yeah, exactly. That too. Those two episodes, you could really tell. If you really watch series 11 and 12 and you go back to those episodes, you can tell with a little sprinkle of decent show running that these were written by Chris Chibnall.
Yeah. 42.
Like, fucking hell.
So obviously,
how do you put an advice that, like, the fucking setup for the system for them to get into what they need to survive, and then the escape pod, so stupid, man.
So, like, obviously, the whole thing about why the hell is there pub quiz password codes for doors? Like, that's just the biggest question. It's like, what? Why the hell would that exist? And if they actually, put some effort in and tied it into, well, maybe there was sabotage, that it could be interesting. But that's not what happened.
Yeah, imagine there was like a plant on board, like
like an Among Us,
someone who wanted,
like if it was sus,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm actually really interested to watch the film Sunshine because that came out in the same year and apparently it's very similar.
It can't be any worse.
I want to see it. But I think the reasons why I enjoy 42 aren't because of Chris Chibnall. They're more to do with David Tennant, Freema Agyeman, Graham Harper, and Russell T Davies. Because the things that they add to it for me are worth the watch. It is the worst of Series 3, though. Although I think Jay reckons the Lazarus Experiment's the worst. I would
it's
argue
one of those two.
I would argue against it. I think the Lazarus Experiment has better characterization. And all of the things that it contributes to Series 3 are more valuable. Like, obviously, 42, you've got the countdown timer, and you've got the conversations with Francine and the person with the Saxon sort of thing. But I think the Lazarus Experiments, what it adds is a lot more valuable than what 42 adds. To me, anyway. Anyway, so talking about, like, what is Chibnall's best, well, see, the thing is with some people would say The Power of Three, but The Power of Three's plot is one of his absolute worst, so I don't know if you could say that one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it has
like people probably are remembering like the build up, but then forgetting how it's paid off.
People are probably remembering.
Like, sure, there's a lot of intrigue and it's actually nicely paced.
Well, people are probably remembering like
good.
like the scenes with Brian Williams and like the scene who's basically just Graham prototype, and then you've got the scene at like the fountain with the Doctor and Amy, and there's some nice acting in there, but then you've got the plot, which is just absolute bollocks. And one of the worst endings of all time with the sonic screwdriver saving the day, which, to be fair, wasn't his fault. It was something that Moffat suggested, but it's still in the episode.
Well, yeah, it's the episode is still shit because of it.
Yeah, and also like there's just so much, like that's the one that introduces a new unit as well.
I'm gonna go and look and see if all the
Dinosaurs on a Spaceship is absolutely not. Dinosaurs in a Spaceship is terrible. Like, it's especially with the Doctor's characterization and the way he commits cold-blooded murder on Solomon. So I don't know if you would agree or not. I think you might disagree, but I would say his best one before being showrunner is 42. But I think you might have a different take. Which one would you say is his best before showrunner?
If I'm going by writing, I'm just trying to look.
I mean, 42 is definitely the best directed that he's ever done, probably. Like, Graham Harper's direction on that episode is sensational.
I would... Because they're all so close together at being shit.
I think
I feel like the episode that is the least shit. And I'm willing to like be wrong on it because they're all so fucking bad. But on face value, I feel like something that Woman Who Fell to Earth isn't the worst. It's probably one of his better episodes.
I was asking you before he became showrunner, which one would you say?
Oh, before he became showrunner.
Yeah.
This one. Okay, I'm just trying to look.
It's 42, Hungry Earth, Cold Blood, Dinosaurs in a Spaceship, and The Power of Three. That's it. Because I would say that the Hungry Earth Cold Blood can't be it because of what it does to the Silurians and how it characterizes Amy and the Doctor. I think it's so colossally bad. It's colossally. I mean,
Oof.
I mean, you haven't seen that much Classic Who, but it is colossally bad for the Silurians.
It's probably. Oh god, they're all
And I don't think
bad.
I
They're all
don't.
so bad.
It can't be dinosaurs in a spaceship either because of the ending mainly, but also like just terrible dialogue, terrible characters, terrible acting.
Spyfall Part 1 is not his best episode. That's one of his worst.
So I think arguably it's between 42 and the Power of 3. I'd say.
I'd probably say Power 3.
What would your reasoning be for Power of 3 over 42? Like, do you?
I think the reason why it's not. I feel like that if I'm looking at it, the characters aren't as fucking stupid. Like the side characters in 42.
Well,
are
hang on
so
though.
Beyond stupid.
You say that, but the villain of the Power of 3 does exist.
Oh, the villain's stupid, but there were way more fucking dumb characters in 42. Like holy shit. There are also a lot of characters that are just killed off like very early on, and like it's trying to make us care, but I don't care because I don't know these people.
Well, how about the leads though? Because I would say even though the performances in Power 3 are pretty good from the leads, I think the way they're characterized is very how do I say it? They feel like
David Bradley's character is actually okay. I think he's actually kind of good.
What in Dinosaurs?
I think his no in Power 3. His determination to find out what the cube is actually kind of funny.
You're talking about you're talking about wait, not David Bradley. Who are you trying to say?
No, what was his name?
Brian Williams.
Brian Williams, there you go. I was trying to think of the actor's name.
Oh, the actor's name is Mark Williams.
There we go. That's it. I don't know why I was thinking of David Bradley.
Well, he's in the other one.
His character, he's the best part of that episode because his like the characterization he has of trying to really figure out what the cubes are and his constant determination is actually kind of good characterization for him.
Yeah.
And it's actually kind of funny.
He's
now I haven't watched it in a long time, but on my remembrance of that episode, I think that's the best one.
I do think that actor adds a lot of charm to it because he's a great actor.
He really does. But here's the thing: like just a simple like it's not. I don't think it's really an arc, but just the simple actions of him, like because of he's so new to this, he wants to kind of
I
might be giving it a kind of credit, but you know,
we got to the point where
you're
you're trying to compliment a Series 7 episode.
I know that's how bad Chibnall is. And here's the thing: Power 3 is probably like a 3 or 4, but like just that little thing is like there's a character that's actually kind of well characterized for the most part. It's just like that gives it that edge. It really does. Like it's a character that like they're putting like
I would say I would make sense. I would probably say I think someone just pointed out. I think Francine is better in 42 than Brian is in Power 3.
Oh, I agree, but there are loads of other aspects to 42 that are just diabolical.
Yeah, but
in terms of every scene has an issue.
Yeah, but there's a lot of diabolical things about the Power 3 as well. Like, where the hell do those people? Yes. There's those people with like the weird phases. They just disappear. They never come back.
I don't know what that even means. What does that even mean with their weird faces?
They literally just disappear and they're never brought up again. They're probably still out there somewhere.
But here's the thing: Martha's mum has nothing to do with the actual 42 plot.
Well, apart from coming up with the answers for the quiz questions.
That's it. Yeah, but there was one question.
True.
Like, what was the question? I remember. I
think what the something about the Beatles, maybe? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was the Beatles question, but that's stupid because the crew surely would know if they put something in like that. Surely someone on the crew would know.
They must be like randomly generated, like.
But they said they input them.
Did they say that?
I swear they do. I swear they do.
So they just forgot the answers.
They said they did it when they were drunk.
Oh, right. That's really interesting.
Let me actually pull up the line because I don't want to be like get this wrong.
Yes, Scanlan Trilla Prime, Planet of the Dead is better written than The Power of 3. because
Each door's trip code is the answer to a random question set by the crew. 9 tours back, we got drunk, thought them up. Reckoning was, if we were hijacked, we're the ones who know all the answers. So surely someone on that crew knows about the Beatles and would have talked to the others about it. Like, how, if they know about it, surely the Beatles aren't, like, wiped from existence of knowledge, surely. That's kind of stupid. It's also a really stupid system.
I'm not arguing against
I'm sorry,
that.
but 42 is worse.
I don't know.
Worse,
I don't know, though. I don't know. I feel like I'd have to rewatch The Power of Three and tell you what... Because it's been a couple of years, but I remember it being pretty fucking bad.
I don't. It is bad, but I'm saying I'm really trying to, like... I'm not
I would say
defending it
it's.
anyway
I would say
in terms of it being
the best Chibnall story pre showrunnership is definitely one of those two, though. I would say the Hungry Earth two-parter and Dinosaurs on a Spaceship.
Prime,
are worse.
what's actually like really bad about Planet of the Dead? Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think it's great.
Some people hate.
Makes it like a.
Some people really don't like the Prophecy Lady.
Okay.
And then also some people don't like Lady Christina.
Why does that make the story bad?
Because my prophecies in a sci-fi show.
I think it's weird. Don't get me wrong, but does that make the episode
well,
bad?
I mean, it was explained. Like, there's it started out as a low-level psychic ability, which is very, it does exist. It's not like it's not a real thing. It does exist, and then when
Maddox, if they've changed the crew, surely they'd have to change the questions. That's a flawed system. That's not a rebuttal. The crew's changed since we set the questions, and that system is fucked.
Anyway,
they would have to reset the questions if the crew's changed.
Yeah, that would happen.
That's
wouldn't
not it? That makes it worse. You've given me a line that makes it worse. That's really stupid.
Anyway, I can't remember what I was going to say about Planet of the Dead lady. Oh, yeah. So, like, because they go to that planet and there's, like, the 3 suns of Helios, the exposure to that alien suns apparently magnifies her psychic ability. That's how it was explained.
Prime, a 4 and a 6 are not close. 4 is bad, 6 is okay. That's not close.
What? Just look at that.
Whoa.
That most recent comment. What is this?
I don't know. Someone's trying to. Hi, I like Mario and Sonic and Doctor Who. Ooh, I don't know.
Anyway,
but but 42 is really shit. Yeah.
So, okay. So, if we have. You're basically, from what I can understand of what you're saying, you're going with the narrative that his best written episode is in his era,
Yes. I'm very hesitant though on it because I could totally be wrong, and I'm fine with that because all of it is shit. Don't get it twisted. Every episode he's written for Doctor Who is fucking bad.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so you suggested
it's just how bad.
You suggested Women Who Fell to Earth. I don't know about that. I feel like
I think there's some bad stuff in it.
I feel like Tim Shaw is kind of the lamest villain of all time. And that might just that might just be my opinion, but I can't.
And the characterization is not good for the most part. But here's the thing: there's little bits that are like with Jodie's doctor. That scene with her talking about regeneration, it's actually kind of good. It's actually kind of alright.
Which one was that?
Like the one where she's talking with Grace and Graham about changing, like regeneration. Like the sort of like echo towards who she is and a core toward whatever the line was. That scene's okay because I think that actually it completely represents the characterization that the Doctor should have. She absolutely
I also say
like the Doctor in that
the
scene.
last 5 to 10 minutes pretty good from memory. The last 5 minutes of the episode, like after the funeral.
Brian, what's wrong with my rating system? I don't really get what the issue is with my rating system.
Well, I mean, it seems pretty straightforward. 4 is below average, 6 is above average. Like, that sounds about right.
Yeah, like, Planet, like I don't like to be like exact all the time. This is something I've kind of learned in the last couple months. Like I'm trying to be a little bit more less like exact. I'm trying to be more like it's around this area so people can get a grip of what I think the quality of the episode is. So like Planet of the Dead, it's around average to just above average. Like I don't think it's below average. That's the point I'm trying to make. With Power 3, it's definitely below average, but it has some very small redeeming qualities.
I think,
and that would be Rory's dad.
I think we can safely say The Woman Who Fell to Earth is probably his best from Series 11, because it's not worse. It's not worse than The Ghost Monument. It's certainly not worse than Arachnid, Saranga, or Ranskor. So I would say out of those, it's probably the least bad one. But I do have a lot.
I take you say it, but probably something like Rosa is probably on the better half, probably.
Well,
but I don't. Think
I don't
Rosa's
count that
good.
though, because he only co-wrote that one.
Well, yeah, true, but he did write it, but we just don't know how much he wrote.
If
But
we're
yeah, I get what you
counting,
mean.
if we're counting Rosa, I would argue that one's better than Woman Who Fell to Earth, but I wouldn't really count it
Probably.
because it's Mallory Blackman's story, so it's kind of a hack.
It's still not good though. Let's not get it twisted.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I would say it's probably either that or The Witchfinders is probably the best written of Series 11, but I don't know which one I'd say is better.
Probably.
It has good stuff in it, and it has bad stuff in it, and it sort of just mediums out. Resolution's one that I've shifted on. I used to think it was okay, but then I had to think about the Dalek plot and how it's ridiculous. It's like, well, if the Dalek is that powerful, then why does it need the casing? And how did it do it so fast and have like giant rocket launchers inside it as well? It's very rushed the way that plot's done. The Resolution plot. Oh.
So, yeah, I've still got the scripts up and up for 42, and it's just they say Martha like says you said the crew knew all the answers. Riley then says the crew's changed since we set the questions. Why can't you change the fucking questions then?
We've been asked a question. David Tennant.
David Tennant.
Yeah. Matt Smith is like he has his strengths, but he also sexually assaults characters, and I don't think that's poggers. I think Matt Smith could have been a great Doctor, but
he actually could have been.
But I have.
But then series 6
I have
and 7
so
happens.
I have so many issues with the 11th Doctor, like top to bottom. I have so many issues with him. But I think there's
a lot of issues.
But I think, like we discussed in the last EDAR and the closing time review, we talked about how there's glimmers of small moments where you're like, oh yeah, that could be good, but then it's completely trampled on by all the crap parts.
Yeah, definitely.
Like I think one of my biggest beefs with it is I really don't like the way Moffat characterizes him because it goes against his strengths as an actor. I think like Moffat will often characterize the 11th Doctor as this badass sweeping hero that's conquering the galaxy and is this massive Chad. And that's not really what I think Matt Smith's strength is as an actor. Yeah. I agree with Maddox's take that he just thought that's basically my opinion as well.
Let me see.
I mean, to be fair, there are exceptions, but like for the most part, I kind of agree with that take.
If this is a, I'm not 100% on board.
I mean, to be fair, there is even some Bill Potts episodes that I don't care about, so so it's not all sunshine. I really don't like the way she's characterized in Twice Upon a Time. Really don't like that.
Yeah. Bring Her Back was a weird choice.
I also don't like her first appearance, which is the pilot, but like the trailer for the pilot. It's weird, like...
Oh yeah, that's some weird characterization for her in that trailer. I'm glad they changed.
It's weird, like Bill's first and last appearances are unfortunately her worst.
What are these comments we're getting in the chat? Like, I'm sorry, but what?
Hang on, let's see.
Do you know who Boris Johnson is, Connor?
Yes, he was that guy who appeared on Top Gear that one time and said, "Oh, Jeremy Clarkson!
Yeah.
Oh, Jeremy Clarkson, you can't say that on TV, can you?"
That is what he's known for.
Yeah.
That is what he's known for.
He's also the guy who likes to draw buses at home, apparently. I wonder why.
Big red buses, vegan sausage rolls. Just the way he talks.
And there's that bit.
I make buses.
There was that fucking thing where I shouldn't be laughing because it's really bleak. But like, there's that one bit where all the news reporters came to his house and they're like, "Would you like to talk about this very serious situation?" He's like, "Oh, no. I'm just gonna make you some tea."
No, I'm gonna just make you some tea.
Would you like some tea? And they're like, "Oh yes, thank you." Of course, because fucking pommies can't say no to tea, can they? Can't say no a bit of tea, love. Anyway. Not enough of that bullshit. Who do I think is going to be the 14th Doctor? Hopefully not Chris Marshall. Because if it is Chris Marshall, people won't... I won't hear the bloody end of it.
Just someone who's a good actor.
Let's throw around some names of who could be good Doctors. Phoebe Waller-Bridge, Olivia Colman... who else is there? I can't remember actors.
There's an actor I like in particular who was in. I'm not thinking of what's her name?
Not the guy who's playing Richie Tozer. Like why do people?
Raul Kahu, I think, is really good. He's in Blind Manor, plays Owen. He's probably one of my favorite actors to come from that show.
What's the guy's name who plays Richie Tozer? Because people kept on saying he was going to be the next Doctor. And if the leaks are true, the guy who plays Richie Tozer in bloody It's a Sin.
It's a Sin.
The main character.
Fucking Ollie something.
Yeah, that's the one.
Ollie Alexander.
Yeah, people are saying that he's going to be the next Doctor.
Yes,
I agree.
I like him as. I really like him as an actor, but I don't know if he could.
Nah, don't think he has the gravitas. I like Maddox's comment. Patrick Troughton's ashes for the next Doctor.
Can't be any worse than the New Era. So, yeah. Someone like what's her name? What's her name? She's not on there.
I think Olivia Colman would be good because she's very funny.
Tina Miller. A lot of people are suggesting like Tina Miller, and I think while she would be a good Doctor, I would rather have an actor who hasn't appeared in the show before.
Yeah, but you know,
and I guess that's more of probably a me thing.
Well, the thing is,
I'm fine with people
the thing is that
that
would be a double standard because I want Olivia Colman and she's appeared in the show before.
No, yeah, I get you.
But I guess you could say, if you really, really think about it very hard, you could say that Prisoner Zero was taking the form of one of the future Doctors.
No Clark for the 14th Doctor. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. Yeah. No.
Nah.
No.
But yeah. Here's the thing. I just want someone who has got a decent amount of charisma, who's a good actor.
Yeah.
Knows the character, or is going to learn to know the character, and then play them well.
Yeah. Olivia Colman said no to Chibnall, so she probably won't ever say yes. Let's be realistic.
Well, to be fair, it's Chris Chibnall.
Yeah, but she worked with Chibnall and Broadchurch, and they have a good relationship. It's just that she was already doing Hollywood films and won Best Actress at the Oscars.
I mean, she just appeared in a film called The Father, which is fucking amazing, and you should all watch it. It's probably the closest to a 10 film, like writing wise, you can get.
Oh god, Game Chiller Prime just said James Dreyfus for the 14th Doctor. Oh no. What, are you going to make J.K. Rowling the showrunner?
Oh, boy.
Bring back Gareth Roberts. Jesus. And Toby Whithouse as well, because he made 2 transphobic jokes in the Who canon. There's that one in there's that slight one in A Town Called Mercy when he talks about like the trans horse's rights or something. And then there was that one in Torchwood where Captain Jack makes like a really like what the fuck comment. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. I'm less interested in the casting. I'm more interested in who's going to be the next showrunner. I think that's the biggest thing for me is who's going to be the writer.
I'm more interested who's going to be the person who is going to take the show forward, hopefully back up to a decent standard of writing that we can all look at and say, you know what, that's at least good.
There's a lot of really great writers out there. I think I'd be very interested to see if they did... Like, if you wanted to get someone that is a fan of the show, I feel like you can't go better than Reece Shersmith and Steve Pemberton. But if you wanted someone like an outsider, I feel like you could go for someone else. I know some people want Neil...
There's just a big moment in the show.
I know some people want Neil Gaiman, but I feel like, just like Olivia Colman, I feel like that ship has also sailed. I feel like after Nightmare in Silver, he doesn't ever want to come back. Because he has so much beef with the show over that, to the point where I think he even made jokes in Good Omens about Nightmare in Silver.
I hear, like, I think MauLer said he watched Good Omens and he thought it was just okay. I don't think he thought it was any good. Like, or
I feel like Neil Gaiman's
Neil
Gaiman's TV drama is a bit overhyped. I think his strength is novels, not TV. Like his best work is his books, not his TV. I think. Well, I mean, obviously, I don't blame him for Nightmare in Silver. That was Moffat's fault. But I do think, and I've said this before, and I know a lot of people disagree with me. I do think The Doctor's Wife is overrated. Still really good, but I don't think it's like a masterpiece.
Well, right now, I'd say it's around an 8.
Yeah, I'd probably say that too.
And I think a lot of people say it's probably near a 10.
I hear a lot of people say that, but no, I would disagree with that.
I'd say it's just an 8. It's just a really good story.
Yeah, but it's nothing more than that.
Like, it's really good.
I do have a few nitpicks. I don't like how he calls the TARDIS sexy. Like, it's just weird to me. It's just very, like, it's never really been like that until that point. Like, I don't believe that until I guess.
Well, we haven't seen it.
I guess we haven't seen it. But the thing is, I can only imagine the 11th Doctor saying that. I can't imagine anyone before that saying that. I can't imagine William Hartnell saying that. Oh yes, my dear TARDIS, you're a sexy girl.
Saying that once or twice in certain situations.
Which Doctor?
I can see it. I can see 10 saying it in certain situations. Not like crazily often, but in certain situations where the TARDIS is in high pressure situations. I don't know. I can see it be. It obviously depends on the context and who's writing it, but it can be worked in fine.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I'm not that fussed.
I can see him saying that if it was a Moffat story. Like because when you said that, I instantly thought of Silence in the Library and like Girl in the Fireplace. But I can't imagine in a Russell T Davies script him saying the TARDIS is sexy. It just wouldn't happen.
There are a ton of moments in during the RTDO where like the Doctor is like, I think it was a time crash. He's like, "What's wrong with you, eh? Eh?" I like that kind of stuff. I mean, I think I prefer that to the TARDIS being called sexy.
If there's any one of the classic Doctors I can imagine saying it, it's probably John Pertwee, but I don't know why. I don't know why it's specifically him.
Because he has such big dick energy.
He's just like, "This is my TARDIS. The sexy old girl."
No, yeah, I could see that, yeah.
It maybe, I don't know. I feel like if it could have happened in something like The Time Monster, I don't know, something like that. Because they were already making like penis jokes and that. And there was a machine called Tom Tit. But I don't know. I can't imagine most doctors saying that. Like, I can't imagine William Hartnell saying that. That would just be so out of character.
I can't either. No. Or after he's tried to kill someone. Right, let's get back to the sex.
I can imagine... Actually, I can imagine a scene where... like, one of the Sixth Doctor's companions calls the TARDIS sexy. And then he looks at them and says, "You should be talking about me instead." Or something like that. Sexy? You can't say that about a machine. Only I am sexy.
The TARDIS is a living thing, though.
Yeah, I don't... it's not a living thing with, like, orifices, though, is it? It's not... It's... Oh yeah, Percy would say it about Bessie, not the TARDIS. What? How did the news of Chibnall leaving turn to this?
I don't know, because he's made us crazy. Like the amount of bad writing has just sent us to go into a spiral of insanity.
Yeah, I can for some reason I can imagine the Fourth Doctor saying, "Oh yes, those roundels are quite voluptuous," but he would say it very nonchalant and not sexual at all. He would just say it as if he's just like, "Oh yes, of course, these are my roundels. They're very voluptuous."
Yeah, it's just ugh.
And then K9 would try and correct him and say, "Actually, they're shaped in a circle. They do not appear to take the form of human female breasts, Doctor, Master."
Jesus. Yeah, it's just it really has, the Chibnall really has just really it's done a lot of damage. It really has, and I think it's done a lot of damage not only to the show but to our minds. Because it's like, man, I don't know what his plan was. I really don't understand what he wanted to do.
I definitely can't imagine,
or even why.
I definitely can't imagine the 13th Doctor calling the TARDIS sexy, because that era is just so void of it.
Oh no. I'd cringe like real hard.
The Ninth Doctor is newborn. Suddenly, the out-of-sync timelines force him to forget that he saved Gallifrey, and his depression seeps in. He stares at the TARDIS and says, "Well, at least I still have you, sexy." What if he read the script for the Doctor's wife, and it was saying, and it says, "And Neil Gaiman calls the TARDIS sexy," and he says, "That's your opinion?" Oh dear. Remember when the 12th Doctor called the dinosaur big sexy woman? A deep breath.
Oh god, I hate that.
You
that's so
big
bad.
sexy woman. Anyway, so best Chibnall written story.
Yes. Anyway,
It's
what would you say are the contenders? Like, what do you think is, like, out of the lot is probably the better written episodes?
42, Power of 3, Woman Who Fell to Earth. I don't know. I really don't know. I used to say Resolution, but not. I don't think so anymore. I think the Dalek plot is so mentally fucked, and then also Ryan's dad stuff is extremely cookie cutter, and then you got the terrible Wi-Fi joke as well.
Oh, that's so bad. That's just the constant thing we've always said. The comedy is utter garbage.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's the worst it's ever been in the show. I mean, I hate Moffat's comedy too, but I think Chibnall's is possibly worse. God, it's hard because if you include Torchwood, it makes things easier, but we can't. It's not Spyfall for sure. Definitely not Spyfall. Especially.
If you say Spyfall, no, definitely not.
Especially not because Part 2 is abysmal. Like Part 2 is utter drivel.
Yeah, it's like a
and
2.
It's absolutely, like I said, absolutely not essential to the Cybermen Timeless Children. I'd say that's possibly his worst story that he's written. I Cannot stand that one. It's not Revolution either. Revolution is borderline insane.
Revolution are both fucking amazingly bad.
Yeah. And like I said, it's not Ranscore. That one is absolutely atrocious. Saranga Conundrum, piss poor. Ratnets in the UK, absolutely atrocious. Ghost Monument, like again, I said it's so,
it's like a 4.
Like it's the biggest thing about it that is so bad is that scene with the gun. Like, I know it's only one scene, but it is such a bad scene.
Yeah. Like it, and then there's a lot of like very blunt characters.
Yeah.
And very inconsistent characters. Like the woman, just like one scene doesn't want to tell Yaz a history. The very next scene she does.
Mm.
Yeah, like Ghost Warrior is under like a 3 or a 4, probably more to a 4.
So I guess that leaves When It Fell to Earth, Power 3, and 42 for me.
Yeah, I'd say Power 3.
I think I'd say 42, but not because of Chibnall. If I'm to credit Chibnall, maybe Power 3 or When It Fell to Earth. In terms of specifically his writing, probably one of those two. But
if you took 42 out of Series 3, there'd be something missing, but it wouldn't be massive.
the countdown timer and the Francine scenes mainly, and also the Doctor giving the Doctor giving the TARDIS key to Martha as well. Is a good setup for human nature.
Yes. Yeah, you got that, and then you've got the setup with Saxon being in like knowledgeable of obviously Martha's family. So that sets up that. You take that out, you get rid of those things. It does damage the other stories, but not by a massive margin. If you get rid of 42. I feel like if that's the one episode you can get rid of if you had to.
If you're specifically talking about Chibnall's writing, it's probably one of the other two. But I still think the episode is better overall because of the direction, the performances, and the showrunnership. I still think it's better than the other two.
The production and the superficial stuff, yes, that's all.
Not just superficial stuff, I'm talking about the stuff that Russell T Davies did in it. I think is really good.
Yeah, I agree.
Whereas the stuff that that Moffat did in The Power of Three is mostly redundant, and the stuff that Chibnall did in The Woman Who Fell to Earth, because he was the showrunner for that episode anyway, it's just doubling down on his own crap. Like wooden plank characters that do absolutely nothing, a terrible villain. It's crap. Yeah. But I still think from what I've seen, probably Countryside's the best one. I'm very keen to watch Adrift though, because I hear that's his best, but I haven't seen it. I hear mixed things about the Fragments and Exit Wounds though. I hear very mixed things about those two, but Adrift seems to get mostly universal praise from what I've heard.
There's a countdown in every Chibnall story before Series 11. What? Chibnall doesn't know how to build tension? Oh my god.
There's also teleporting in almost all of his stories in his own era.
Yeah.
And I don't just mean like...
Man loves teleporters.
Yeah, I mean like literal on-screen teleports. Yeah, but Praxis isn't written by Chris Chibnall, even though it's co-written by him. Like it's mostly written by Pete McTeague, from what I would imagine, and I don't count it anyway because we're not talking about co-writing. We're talking about like sole writing. Because if we were talking about like co-writing as well, you could argue something like Rosa, or what else is there? Bloody, I don't know. Actually, to be honest. A lot of this,
and Praxis.
A lot of this, and Can You Hear Me? I think, and Fugitive.
And Fugitive's so shit. So definitely not.
I don't know. Even the stuff he's co-written, like it's still a lot of issues.
Yeah. Chibnall's not a really good writer. You know, he's just not.
Now, I guess the real. Because the thing is deciding his best, I find it a little bit difficult to choose between those three in terms of his writing. I think the more interesting question is what's his worst story? I think the contenders...
Timeless Children.
Well, that's one of them. Ascension of the Cybermen Timeless Children is definitely one of them.
No, I'm saying that I think that absolutely is the worst one.
Well, I would agree, but I would just like to pull up a few alternatives, just in case.
No, yeah.
So...
Got to be fair.
I will run through a bunch of them and basically we'll just say which one's worse out of Ascension and Timeless versus that one. So, Hungry Earth Cold Blood, is it better or worse than Ascension and Timeless?
Cold Blood, Hungry Earth, better than Ascension and Timeless? I'd say yes.
Because it does...
I think there are... This is like seconds worth, but there are little moments where Matt Smith's Doctor is okay. Like the little line where he's like, I'm the last of my race, so don't insult me. I actually think is actually a little neat detail. I think that's actually a nice little bit for his character.
Mm-hmm. Even though I think it's really poorly edited, you could argue the last like 2 minutes are pretty good of Cold Blood. Like the bit, not the plot, but the bit where Rory goes into the crack and Amy forgets about him is probably the best scene in the story.
It is. It absolutely is.
Unfortunately,
for Rory's character, it does so much for Rory's character.
Unfortunately, it's really poorly edited though because they completely forgot to add the effects in the flashbacks, and it looks so stupid.
Yes. Yeah, the editing is.
But I feel like that smidge might justify that? I would still say Ascension and Timeless is worse anyway, because I think the damage it does is much bigger. Like the Silurians, I'm very sad about the way they're characterized, but I think there's bigger fish to fry.
So bad, Jesus Christ!
But I think the what Ascension does to the Cybermen and Ashad, and what the Timeless Children does to the Doctor and the Master, and all the companions, is pretty bad. Oh, that's a good suggestion, Will. Battle of Ranskor Av Kolos.
Timeless is worse. It's like a 3 or 2.
Battle of Ranskor?
Yeah. There's really bad characterization for the Doctor and Graham, and just the convenience is so fucking...
Tim Shaw's terrible.
Baffling.
Mark Eddy's character is terrible. The plot is completely and utterly bullshit. The contrivance of how Tim Shaw got there is one of the worst bits of writing in the whole show. I think also beyond that, if we're talking like subjectively, it's very fucking boring.
I got very bored watching it.
But it's even worse once you actually pay attention and read what happens.
When you actually use like, okay, what's the actual plot?
Yeah, you've got...
Boy, it's broken.
The way the Doctor's characterized is one of the worst. Like, the way she just says to Ryan that, like, the only reason I told you not to use guns is because you're new, is terrible. Then you got the way she approves of Graham's, putting Tim Shaw in a torture chamber. And no one thinks to question it.
Yeah, even though she literally scolded Tim Shaw for doing the same thing.
Yeah, and then also it's in terms of authenticity, it's borderline plagiarized. The plot is stolen from The Pirate Planet, and the resolution is stolen from Journey's End. So it's not.
But guys, we need to add worldwide stakes to our finale.
It's not even an authentic story. It's completely and utterly stolen. So, I think Ranskor is pretty awful. But I think because the series 12 finale deals with the Cybermen and Gallifrey, I think it does damage that is much more like the...
Well, yeah, it affects more of the show.
The significance of it.
Does.
The significance of it is a lot harsher.
Like, you could literally just ignore Ranskor and it'd be
like
fine.
I think I've said this before about
really ignore Timeless.
Like I've said this before about Moffat. Like, the Wedding of River Song is awful, but it only impacts series 6, whereas Hellbent impacts the whole show.
Yeah,
and that's one of the biggest differences between them.
That's the differences, yeah.
Yeah. So Ranskor, I would say, is only like a minus, like, subtle hair above the series 12 finale two-parter. It's pretty fucking close, though. What about arachnids in the UK?
Again, it doesn't. You can literally ignore it, but the characterization is what would really, really damages it, especially for the Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, what was Chibnall actually thinking?
It might be her worst characterization of the whole show, like in terms of 13.
It probably is.
Yeah.
It probably is.
And the dialogue is dire.
Is that or Kablam? I'd say.
I think if I were to
Kablam.
Oh yeah, Kablam. Oh
Yeah.
god. Oh god. If I were to say what I think Arachnids has that the other story hasn't, it's those very small scenes where Graham sees the ghost of Grace in the corner of his eye. It's probably the only good scenes in the story.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe that one is slightly better than that other story because of those scenes. But that's all I've got. I can't think of anything else positive to say about it.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs on a spaceship. I guess Brian Williams is alright.
Yeah, that probably is what saves it.
But apart from that, it's pretty...
I think it does.
It's pretty bloody bad, isn't it?
Yeah, but it doesn't really do it. It doesn't do much.
Well,
to the
it
actual
does.
World. It's just
well,
a
it's,
really badly told story.
It's character assassination, though. Like the Doctor is really badly written in it.
Yeah,
and like there's so many just random spare part characters, and Amy and Rory are just there. The comedy is awful too. I don't know. I do hate Dinosaurs on a Spaceship, but I think maybe Brian saves it.
Yeah. I need to just step out for about 3-4 minutes, so I'll be back very shortly.
Sure.
Entertain chat.
Yeah.
while I'm gone.
I'll converse with the chat. If you want to ask questions, now's your time. Do I know who Kamala Harris is? Yes, I do. I am aware of her existence. And I know that she had that debate with Mike Pence where there was a fly on his head, and that was a meme. I skipped resolution. In what regard is it like to Journey's End? Also, Kablam is worse than Arachnids, easily. Yeah, that's fair. Kablam is pretty awful, but I don't know. See, the thing is that the Doctor, it's hard really because it depends. I suppose it depends on your morals, because like the Doctor, it depends on your morals around like animal torturer versus corporations. Although I suppose in Kablam she also murders that guy, doesn't she? That's also another thing she does. It's just like 2 incidents rather than 1. I believe the Journey's End part of it has something to do with the TARDIS and like dragging the Earth. I can't remember exactly what it is. Or it might be something to do with like planets being arranged, but it's been a while since I've seen that episode. I remember something about it being like Journey's End, but I do remember it being more like the Pirate Planet though. But obviously nowhere near as good because the Pirate Planet's amazing and Rand score is turd. Manslaughter, not murder. Yes, true. Do I prefer Series 11 or 12? Prefer is a kind word. I slightly think Series 12 was an inch better because of the Haunting of Villa Diodati. I do like that episode. Whereas Series 11, not a single episode I would say I like. I think Callum's the opposite. He says Series 12 is worse because of the impact it has on the character and the lore. Like obviously the big changes it does, like the Timeless Child arc, which I think is fair. I think they're both probably the absolute worst of all time, maybe alongside Series 7 as well. I would say so. I mean, for me at the moment, Series 11 is at the bottom, and then Series 12 is just slightly above it, and then Series 7 is just slightly above that. So, I mean, they're not really that far apart, so I don't know. But for me, the reason why Series 11 is my least favorite is because there's not a single episode in it that I like, and it's the only season in the entire 57, 58 year show, however long it's been. It's the only one where there's not a single episode I like, and I think that is enough to qualify it being at the bottom, on top of all the other issues like the characterization and then on top of, like, in terms of entertainment value, like the just really dreary Sunday night drama vibe it has that just makes the show impossible to enjoy. 13 outright references Journey's End while doing it as well. It's like Chibnall saying, if I reference it, that makes it okay. Yeah, of course, it's like, well, I can plagiarize if there's fan wank. I believe the Sramanga Conundrum is the worst episode in Chibnall era. It's horrendous. Well, it's certainly the one that has, like, the worst acting. That's for sure, and I think that's one of the... And it also has terrible pacing and terrible dialogue. I think it's... You could say it's the most sloppily produced one in terms of the script to screen and, like, the on-set work. Like, it's a very, very sloppy one. I personally find it very difficult to watch, Sramanga Conundrum. However, I'm not sure if it commits as many cardinal sins as some of the others. Like, if you look at something like Kablam, it's much more watchable and interesting than the Sramanga Conundrum, but the things that it does wrong are so much worse. So it's hard to really... You'd have to clarify your standards, I think. It'd be my suggestion, Power Spine. You don't have to do that, but if you were to justify why you think it's the worst one, you'd have to sort of clarify. My guess would probably be that a lot of the issues with it are very surface level and are, to do with entertainment value as opposed to justification, if that makes sense. But I agree, it's appalling. Like, the Sramanga Conundrum is fucking dog shit. The stealing and moving planets thing is a straight rip from those stories, not to mention UX steal from Legopolis with the matter manipulation. Yep, absolutely. Chibnall took things from other modern stories, classic stories, and Big Finish. Yeah, he literally stole a scene from Blood of the Daleks and put it in Revolution. That is genuine plagiarism, and I'm surprised that Nicholas Briggs hasn't mentioned something about it, but I guess he probably wants to keep it in his good books or something, I don't know. Like, Sleep No More is worse than Hellbent. I would disagree. I think that Sleep No More has... Like, it's one of the worst, but I would say it has less cardinal sins, and I would say there's a couple of redeeming qualities. Like, it has a really good soundtrack, and also some of the design for the set, like the Neptune CGI, is really well done. I can't think of anything else really positive to say, but I do think Hellbent is a worse episode than Sleep No More because of what it does. Like, what it actually does in the story is so much more damaging to the show, whereas Sleep No More is just a fart, really. And it's the same thing with, like, the Timeless Children and the Sramanga Conundrum. Like, the Sramanga Conundrum is, it's a bit like Sleep No More in that regard, but the Timeless Children, what it actually does is so much more visceral, even though it's more watchable than the Sramanga Conundrum. When you really think about the implications that it has, when you think about the way that they concluded Ryan's basketball arc, the way that they have Graham tell Yaz that she's the most important person, it's completely forced. And you have the Timeless Child revelation, and you have all the nonsensical shit like the Cyber Masters, and a whole bunch of other things. Like, there's a lot there. Is Resolution better or worse than Revolution? I would say Resolution is better, but it's still not very good. I would say Resolution is below average and Revolution is garbage. That'd be my take.
What are we talking about?
I was just saying I think that Resolution is below average and Revolution is garbage.
The new one that came out is worse.
Yeah, the new one is the worst one. It does much more.
Oh yeah,
and I was
I think it's the worst special.
I was also maybe. I think
And we picked it apart pretty badly.
I think I did a ranking a few months back, and I think I said it's down. I think I said it was like bottom 3, like it's down there with Doctor Win in the Wardrobe and Time of the Doctor. I think was the ones that it was near.
Man.
Yeah, Time of the Doctor is fucking atrocious. I couldn't believe how much I hated that episode when I rewatched it. Like, Jesus Christ. It is appalling. Anyway, I was also talking about how some people were saying, like, they think that Saranga Conundrum and Sleep No More are worse than episodes like Hellbent and Timeless Children, but I was explaining about how
What?
a lot of the things that are wrong with those episodes are more to do with like the appeal and the watchability as opposed to the actual narrative and the justifications. And I was saying that you would have to clarify what your standards are to justify why they're worse, because I don't think they commit as many sins as those episodes. They're more so just shoddily made, which makes them difficult to watch for a lot of people. This is also something I will. This is often something I will say about like why I think Hellbent and Timeless Children are worse than like all of Classic Who is because of that reason. Is like a lot of the worst Classic Who stories are just shoddily made. They're not like, some of them are damaging, but most of them aren't like, they don't assassinate the show like those ones do, if you know what I mean. They're more so just like, how did this make it to TV? It looked like it was made with, polystyrene.
Yeah, but Revolution is one of the worst. It's definitely like.
Oh yeah, it's weird though because bloody didn't Billy Garrett John give it like a 9 out of 10?
No idea how. I don't see how any of that is a 9. Like nothing works. The plot literally cannot happen if things made like. It's just what. Shit.
Doctor Mysterio and Last Christmas. I think those would be interesting to get into at some point because I'm not concrete on where I would rate them. Like they are bad, I would say, but I don't know how bad.
Mm-hmm.
I think Last Christmas is really bad for the characters, like for Clara and the Doctor. It's really, 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 really bad for their characters. But there might be other things to it that are redeeming, but I can't remember. It's been so long since I've seen it. Doctor Mysterio is kind of a tough one because it's very sort of self-contained, but it's also just, I think it's more so just lazy, really. Like it's just wasted potential because you could have done like a really funny, like, take on superheroes, but Moffat just kind of went the more straight-faced route and just did fucking Superman again.
Superheroes.
He just did Superman. And I was like, what?
Yeah. And not even a good Superman.
Yeah. Borgie Boy says they liked Hellbent until they brought back Clara. Go and watch Callum's...
Well, because you don't know... you get sort of intrigued. I can understand on a first viewing thinking that something is getting to lead somewhere with the opening. But on the overall scale, it's shit because it doesn't lead anywhere and it means nothing.
If you want,
it's really badly done.
If you want a breakdown of the first like 20 minutes of Hellbent before Clara turns up, go watch Callum's Rage because he does go into it.
Yeah.
Also, that fucking car.
Like someone watched my video recently because they got shown it by on Twitter by Blair on Twitter. And they said it was so fucking bad in the first minute. And I'm thinking, what can I have said in the first minute that makes my video atrocious? Like, what could I have been wrong on? I'm not wrong on anything in the video apart from like 1 or 2 things. But there's no way I'm wrong on something in the first minute because I remember it just literally being about Rassilon being weird. I remember there was one part where there was a fucking eagle sound effect. Even though there's no birds in the sky, there's no life. in any sort of capacity that we could see. So, what could I have been wrong on? I don't get it. It went shit from start to finish, man.
Yeah, so Maddox is suggesting that maybe the trailer and also the leaving news being dropped in the same week is to distract from John Barrowman. It's possible.
Probably. I mean, there's definitely a correlation because it's too close together for it not like.
Yeah, did you see
Man,
John
we had no
Barrowman's...
news for ages, and yeah.
Did you see John Barrowman's tweet? Like, he went to see the M. Night Shyamalan film, the new one, and he tweeted about how he bragged about how he got a refund. I was like, what? What's this?
I saw the tweets of it, but I didn't actually like look
and
into
then
it.
People were basically saying, they responded to him saying like, oh, that's kind of scummy. And then he did a follow-up video tweet where he says, oh, we just watched the film Trolls. Don't we like trolls? He's just trying to be funny. It's kind of cringe. Kind of cringe. Yeah. I will be interested when we eventually get around to doing Torchwood again, to see if Adrift really is what people say it is. I'll be so disappointed if it's shit.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually not that good.
I've heard that. I've heard people say that Fragments and Exit Wounds are overrated, but Adrift seems to get a free pass. So I don't know.
I have to see.
I don't know.
I don't really trust the common consensus most times.
Mm-hmm.
Because it then turns out they're actually kind of shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, Southpaw said that Broadchurch Series 2 was shit.
It really wouldn't surprise me if it is. It really wouldn't. Because I feel like, that season's to do with the court case of a certain person. And it really wouldn't surprise me if the entire court, is just complete bullshit. And what happened should not have happened with the evidence provided or whatever. It really wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me if season 1 was stolen. Like, he read this just random book from a different country and just
It wouldn't surprise me
it.
if season 1 isn't actually that great. And that is just fine.
I mean, it's you could have a guess and say that
the highlights are that it has very, very good acting
and direction too.
really good.
I've seen the first episode. Yeah. It's very well directed, but I didn't watch it. I didn't end up watching the show because there was just something about it that felt off. And I think if I were to hazard a guess, it's my bullshit radar, because I usually when something has poor writing, my brain's like, I don't know what's wrong with this, but there is something wrong with this, and I don't know what it is. And I think it may have been Chris Chibnall's writing. I was just like, I'm not convinced by this. I had the same thing with Sherlock as well. I watched the first episode of Sherlock and I was just like, no. The steam of Moffat's tropes is fuming and permeating across this, and it was very off-putting. I could already tell what was going to happen, and then, unfortunately, I mean, I guess not unfortunately, but I've had things spoiled about Sherlock to me. And I'm like, well, I'm glad it didn't actually stick around, because it sounds like it turned...
I have no interest in watching Sherlock at all.
I've heard very bad things about it.
I would only watch it for content, and that's it. I'm not going to watch it in my spare time.
Yeah. But I did watch the first episode of Sherlock, and it's not like it was bad, but I sensed things.
It's probably alright. It's probably fine, but yeah.
I sensed things, though. There was so many of Moffat's signature tropes in there that I was like, no, I'm not watching that show. Oh, no.
Well, yeah, it's like, it doesn't matter if it's original or not. If it's well written, it's well written, and that's always the point.
Okay.
When it comes to storytelling.
All right, let me put it this way, Game Troll Prime. When I say original, I don't necessarily mean 100% authentic. It doesn't. You don't have to make something from scratch to be authentic. What I'm saying is that there is a difference between being inspired and being derivative. And I think, for example, something like Human Nature and the Family of Blood is inspired. It's an adaptation of sorts. and yet it's one of the best Doctor Who stories. But something like what Chris Chibnall does isn't inspired, it's derivative and borderline plagiarism.
Like, the story of A Hero's Journey, it's not fucking original, is it? But so many things do it, and so many things do it really well.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I will at some point down the line, I need to clarify sort of, because I'm sort of building up these standards around authenticity. I think it is important to recognize authenticity in writing, but you need to, the biggest thing that you need to tell the difference between on the extreme end is that just because something isn't 100% from scratch doesn't mean it's derivative, and just because something is inspired doesn't mean that it's not derivative. So yeah, there is a difference. There is a very big difference between being inspired and just literally being fucking lazy and not having any creativity and just stealing all of your ideas. Yeah. Chris Chibnall, from what I can tell, doesn't have a fucking creative bone in his body. There's not really anything he writes that feels like either a new idea, or if it is a new idea, good. Because all of the stuff that he comes up with that is new isn't good. And even the stuff that he copies isn't well done either. So yeah. But most of the stuff he does isn't new. It's copied. It's derivative. At best cliched, at worst plagiarized. Which is ironic, considering what he said to Pip and Jane about Terror of the Vervoids, but that's neither here nor there. The only issue with human nature is John Smith's hair. Yeah, that's probably true, isn't it? It's like, I can't think of anything else about that story to criticize, really. Like, that is one thing I will say is, like, if John Smith's hair was combed, it would make more sense to fit in with the times.
Yeah. I don't really see why they didn't do that.
I don't know. I mean, I like the look with, like, the John Smith teacher's uniform and the spiky hair, but I guess you could have combed it.
Yeah, you could have.
I don't know. I don't think it's that big of an issue.
But it's not. It's just not a fucking plot hole.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
It's not like. Oh my god, this story is fucking ruined.
Yeah, of course. It's like, how the hell did Joan
contrived.
Redfern not tell he was a weird stranger from a foreign land because of hair like that?
Because he had spiky hair.
It's just
the most you would get is like her going. That's a bit of an
like
style, but,
like John Smith's hair being spiky in Human Nature as a problem is on the same level as the Doctor choosing to wear black Converse in Rise of the Cybermen. But when it's the Russell T Davies era of Doctor Who, like that's kind of the issues that you can spot, as opposed to in the Chibnall era, an issue like that isn't even like, it wouldn't even get mentioned. You probably wouldn't even notice it because of everything else distracting you. Sometimes I imagine sitting down in a pub with either Moffat or Chibnall and listening to them talk about their creative decisions with the show. In both cases, I imagine it being excruciating. Well,
I especially wouldn't want to. I know. I'd be really interested to see what Chibnall would say his story is for his era. Like, I want to see what he thinks it is.
Yeah, because he's a bit of an enigma. Like, he never really talks about it. He just sort of says, oh, yes, there's going to be lots of scale and excitement and action, and it's going to be good.
And it's the most ambitious.
Yes.
It's ambitious.
And it's going to star the iconic 13th Doctor. And it's ambitious, and it's big, and it's also the biggest thing we've done before. And I can't wait for you to see what we've done. Like, it's just so... He doesn't ever talk about anything, does he? Whereas, like, Stephen Moffat will wax lyrical about his era. He's just like, oh, yes, it was so clever. The way that we had the story arc tie through the entire show. So the companion is there for all the adventures. It's just so clever. And I really, really think that twist and hell bent where you find out that whole time in the castle maze, he was just committing self-harm. It's so clever the way Clara points it out to him. It's clear that she meant so much to him that they became like a hybrid.
Yeah, but what did you actually do, Moffat? Porgy, I'd say that's his best one. Sorry, but I think Power is his best one. It's not good.
The problem is I feel like the parts that I remember are the worst parts.
I haven't watched it in a very fucking long time, so I could be wrong. But remember, we all go from our memories, so
it does have like the cubes do have a fucking arbitrary countdown timer in it.
Yep, they do.
I think that's probably one of the biggest problems with it is just the cubes. Not in terms of like characters reacting to it, but just literally the cubes.
Yeah. Yeah, because like as I said, Rory's dad, I think reacting to it is actually kind of neat.
God, bloody the Doctor plays with a Wii in that one, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He does kippy ups as well, more football.
And he mows
Which I guess in a way is a little bit consistent.
And he mows the lawns and paints the fence. He's just like, I'm so bored, Amy. What am I gonna do round here?
Yeah, like remember, Borgie, we're getting like the differences between a 3 and a 4.
Yeah, it's difficult.
It's very difficult when all of it is shit. Like, keep that in mind.
Well, the thing is that it would be...
Honest, these are bottom-of-the-barrel stuff.
See, the thing is, it would be difficult with other writers, too. Like, if we were to do this with Moffat and Davies, I still think there would be argument. Either way. Because there are things that are close with them, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, even if Series 13 somehow is better, I still think Jodie will be at the bottom of the numbered Doctors list. Obviously, there's the extra for expert stuff, but I'm talking more about like the
only thing I could see being above of is John Hurt for me.
Yeah,
like because obviously he has only one appearance.
Yeah, true.
In the show, obviously.
Yeah, it depends if you count Big Finish or not. I don't think he's great in Big Finish either. Performance-wise, yes, but characterization, I do think I'm still so salty.
Dude, I miss the good writing era. That's what I miss. I miss the good writing era.
Yeah, Troughton is definitely part of that.
Yeah, definitely. From what I've seen, yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's only one Troughton story I haven't seen, and that's the Wheel in Space. But that's gonna be my last. It's gonna be my last Classic Who story. I've heard the plot's kind of fucky in that one. Like, I've heard it's one of the ones where the plot's a bit wonky, but the characters are really good. Like, I've heard it's one where like the Doctor, Jamie, and Zoe are excellent, but then the Cybermen's plot is weird. But I would say, based on like the 10 minutes I've seen of it, I would say it would be unlikely to go below a 5. But we'll have to wait and see what it's like. We'll have to wait and see. I've no idea what to expect.
I'm really interested. I'm actually kind of looking forward for Series 13 now, just for the fact that I know it's probably going to be shit. I just wonder how shit it's going to be, and then there's going to be no sense of like, oh god, like dread for the future, because this will be like the last of it in terms of the Chibnall era.
Do you think
we can sort of like?
Do you think it's possible that Chibnall might write his best story in Series 13 or the specials? Do you think it's possible?
Ooh.
Like,
don't think so.
Like, when I say best, like definitively better than 42, Power 3, and Woman Who Fell to Earth. Maybe not better than his Torchwood stuff, but in terms of Doctor Who, like, do you think it's possible?
If Series 13 is literally just like one story, and it's obviously going to be about the timeless child stuff, like surely, then no.
What about his?
I don't think there's any chance.
What about the 2022 specials?
Well, don't you? I don't know if they're going to be a part of the arc or not. I have a feeling they are.
No, I'm saying they're most likely going to be separate stories. In fact, they're almost certainly going to be separate stories. I don't know whether they'll tie into the Timeless Child or not, but if they don't, do you think it's possible?
Just a one-off story? Yeah, it's possible, but
Though,
I doubt it.
Having said that, the two specials that come before the last one, we don't even know if they're going to be written by Chibnall or not. They might be.
They probably are. I'd be shocked if they weren't.
I would say they're definitely at least co-written.
Like, has a special like ever been not written by a showrunner?
I also think that his last one is going to be a regeneration story, and there's a lot that he would have to get right, and I don't see that happening. I'm very interested to see what he does for the regeneration, because it's like, well, like where is Chris Chibnall's regen story for Jodie Whittaker gonna rank? That's the big question. Because there's been some bad ones, but there's also been a lot of very good ones too. Like, would you say it's possible that Chibnall's regeneration story might end up being the worst one? Like, worse than Time in the Rani, worse than the...
If the plot is integral with the Timeless Child, then it will probably be the worst. If not, and if it's just a story, it can literally just be fine, and it'd be probably one of the like middling ones. But I doubt it.
It would have to be worse
I
than...
doubt Chibnall would be...
it'd
be worse than Twice Upon a Time.
I haven't seen Time in the Rani, but I hear people say that's the worst one. I do think of the ones I've seen, my least favourite will probably be The Time of the Doctor, because of how utterly dreadful it handles the end of the Silence arc, and also the way it brings the Doctor back to life. Like, the way Clara's like to the Time Lords, if you love him, then you'll save him. It just...
Yeah.
The Time Lords would never do that. And they just suddenly have magic powers to send new regeneration lives through a crack. Like, what the fuck, Moffat?
Love from Gallifrey, boys.
Yep, and then there's also the bit where they're naked and he spanks her. That's terrible.
Oh, so bad.
Mm-hmm.
What are you fucking thinking? At least, well, there's been worse stuff than that in terms of like morals and shit.
Yeah.
The Doctor, but like fucking hell, at least she hasn't done anything like of that caliber in that field. Like, Jesus.
Matt Smith's acting in the last scene is good. I'll give that story that.
Yeah, I'd say the last scene is good.
I mean, there's parts of the last scene that I think go a bit far, but I think overall it's the best scene in the story for sure.
When it comes to a Doctor's last scene, I feel like I don't know, and it probably is just me. I feel like I'm just a bit more forgiving. I don't know.
Yeah,
because I get it. I get the idea and I get the moment, so I'm not that fussed about it.
You know what's funny, Power Spine? I haven't seen Time with the Rani, so I can't comment. But I know that when it first came out, Chris Chibnall really liked it because it's written by Pip and Jane, and he said,
"What does that tell you?"
It was written by Pip and Jane, and he's just like, "Oh, thank you. This is much improvement." Because he was one of the ones.
This is much improvement.
He was one of the ones that was on that panel that complained about season 23, and so they started season 24 with that one. And then he's like, "Oh, this is great. You've fixed the show." And Time in the Rani is like one of the least popular stories of all time. But again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment. I know that Jay says it's not the worst McCoy story. They reckon it's Dragonfire. So maybe Jay has a hot take on Time in the Rani. Don't know though.
Yeah, there's a lot of hot takes. A lot of hot takes.
Yeah. Jay reckons Day of the Doctor's the worst 11th Doctor story. That's
special.
That is that. Not just special.
I'd be really
not just special episode. Like they
Yeah,
reckon it's
I'd
the
really,
worst one.
Really interested to see.
I mean,
Because I imagine it'd be mostly to do with the Time Lords aspect of the story.
oh yeah, and also, but I also think like you could criticize the whole thing Moffat just suddenly made up. Like, oh yes, there's this random thing that happens 1 in a million where there's a there's a thing where you could see other doctors. Like it's so just like it just happens.
Yeah.
Like you think about like other multi-doctor stories, the way that they actually formulate how the doctors meet each other is so much better. Like in the Three Doctors, because Omega is trying to break through the antimatter portal, the Time Lords organize the Three Doctors to come together because they need 3 of them to stop Omega. So that actually works. Whereas with something like Day of the Doctor, he's just like, oh well, there's just a fucking portal that just appears because it's a special event. And like, what are the odds that that portal would appear the exact day that Matt Smith's Doctor would go and see that painting? It's like, what a coincidence.
It's just like, man, if only it'd be good if Moffat actually made it like, because like the Doctor says, like it's not actually a part of what's happening right now. What they've actually what they're doing, which is really weird. Why would you have it be separate in a sense of like it being a coincidence?
Yeah,
Very odd.
Jay also reckons that Night of the Doctor is the worst 8th Doctor story, which is quite a hot take.
Oh, that is a hot take.
Yeah.
That is a hot take.
Yeah.
Imagine all the people we're going to be getting mad at that take.
Yeah, but the thing is, the only reasons that they said in the video I saw them say that was, oh, it's only 7 minutes long. And I'm just thinking, is your reasoning for that because you were a big 8th Doctor Big Finish fan, and then that's what you got? You got like a 7-minute regeneration
or is it the
story.
fact that the plot they do is very fastly paced, and it's like, oh,
yeah, it's like
that could be a reason. Don't know.
Yeah, it might just be disappointment rather than like actual bad writing.
Because I don't remember. I hardly think it's bad writing.
Like
but I'd have to hear the reasoning.
The Sisterhood of Khan, like magic powers aren't. It's not like they weren't established. I guess they're slightly different to the ones in the Braid of Morbius, but I don't know. I'd have to really hear Jay's take on that, like in detail.
Yeah, I'm always willing to hear what the criticisms are, as long as they
Jay
reckons
Lazarus Experiment is the worst Tennant story.
Ooh, more than End of Time. That's interesting.
More than End of Time, more than Idiot's Lantern, more than Fear Her, more than 42, more than Doctor's Daughter, more than New Earth.
Oh yeah, Doctor Saw. I don't think is. Hot take. I don't think Doctor Saw is actually bad.
Oh no, I'm not. I was just thinking. Well, I need to say something from Series 4, and that was
like the general consensus. Yeah.
Yeah. It is one of my least favorite Tennant stories, but that doesn't mean I think it's bad.
Yeah. No, exactly. I'm the same boat.
Yeah.
And I think the gun scene is good. Like, hot take.
Oh yeah, no, that's
really good.
That's the best scene. That's the best scene from the story.
Yeah, I know. But people think it's bad and they're wrong.
Yeah. Though not a hot take, Jay said Kill the Moon's the worst 12 story, which fair enough, to be honest. I think Hellbent's slightly worse, but I think Kill the Moon's just behind it. They also said Time Flight is the worst 5th Doctor story, which I'm like, but Warriors of the Deep, though. Are you forgetting about something, Jay? Like, Time Flight's pretty bad, and it doesn't make sense. Like, how does the plane land on that fucking rock mountain, and why is the Master in a disguise in the middle of nowhere, and Adric's death and being ignored? Like, that is pretty fucking bad.
Yeah.
But also, let's not forget that time the Doctor wanted to kill the Silurians, And the Merker. Yeah.
Well, the one take we know Jay is wrong on is the Cybermen design.
Oh, yes.
The Cybus.
Oh, yes.
She is wrong.
Yep.
And
definitely.
Jay, if you've ever seen us, you can come and fight us. We'll
the 06 Cybermen are based.
Yeah. Fight me and Connor. Well, 2-on-2 or whatever.
Oh, actually, that's an interesting point. Actually, is that Maddox brought up how the TV movie, like, sort of, laughingly, jokingly says, TV movie has an epic motorbike chase and Night of the Doctor doesn't, so so it's better. But that's an interesting take.
You know what? That's true.
But I know that Jay doesn't like the TV movie, so I would be interested to hear why she thinks Night of the Doctor is worse. I mean, because, like, the TV movie, like, does some pretty funky shit. Like, Skaro comes back out of nowhere for no reason. The Doctor's half human. The Master is a jizz snake.
Yeah,
like, like there's a lot of weird shit. I haven't seen The Awakening, Swedish Llama, but you'll get my take once I watch it. I'm going to be watching it with Will, actually. That'll be fun. Jay says Death of the Daleks is the worst Pertwee story. I would actually agree with that, even though I do enjoy it. It was my least favorite one. Like, it is just kind of... There's a scene where the Daleks they get blown up because they get hit with sticks. It's like, that story is just like kids playing with their toys. And you can very clearly see John Pertwee is not enjoying that story. You can see it all over his face that he hates these Daleks. Yeah, but it'll be interesting if eventually we end up getting Jay on EDAR. I'd love to have that happen. There's a few different options we can do. No, Power Swine. Disagree. The Mutants is not the worst Pertwee story. The Mutants is so underrated. It is so underrated. I
have no comment because I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I know. If you don't know much about the apartheid, the allegory might not click, but it is so much better than people say it is. Like, it gets slagged off for very, very, like, just sort of, oh, it's a 6-parter in the Pertwee era, therefore it must be bad. But it is. Go watch me and Will's video we did on it. We did a review of the Mutants. If you want, Power Spine. And it's hot take. The Mutants is better than the Sea Devils. You heard it here, folks. The Mutants is better than Sea Devils. 100%. It's actually got substance to it. Anyway. Yes, and the Time Monster is also underrated. Yes, hot take, folks. The Sea Devils is the worst Season 9 story, even though everyone says it's the best.
Ooh. Hot takes are plenty.
Mm-hmm. Because Day of the Daleks, Curse of Peladon, the Mutants, and the Time Monster are all better. All of them. Every single one of them. Especially Curse of Peladon. That story is a masterpiece. It's got David Troughton in it. And the Ice Warriors. Like, the only take I ever hear about the Mutants when people don't like it is they just say it's boring. That's all. They don't say anything else. They just say it's boring.
That's not criticism, though. That's a personal thing. That's just standard and fine. But if you're going to say it's badly written or whatever, then let's get some backups to that claim. Then,
like, I would agree that the pacing in, like, parts 2 and 3, you could criticize that. But, like, Masexy Caves, though.
Yeah, but pacing is pacing is it can be really bad and it can damage a story. But if it's just a meh and the pacing isn't great, the story and the context of the story can still be good.
Well, I mean, it's more so just like, how do I describe it? Because, like, it is slow, but I don't think it's, like, damaging.
Yeah, like, for something like Eaters of Light, the pacing is really shit because it's so fast. You don't get any, like, real characterization for any of the characters. That's when bad pacing is, like, in that sense where you get no characterization.
Yeah, like it's hard to describe, but I don't agree with, like, because a lot of people dislike 6-part Pertwee stories because they say that it's boring to watch, and I just don't agree. I think it's probably down to the fact that they have a lot of world building in them. So it's stuff that, like, it's not like it needed to be there, but it being there isn't bad. It's just additional. It's just extra meat to chew on, and I really like that.
In a six-parter, in comparison to something that would be like a New Who, is a three-parter.
Yeah.
So no.
Game Thriller Prime, Jay also has that take that The Chase is the worst Hartnell story. I can see why, but I would fundamentally disagree. I think even if you were to argue that the Daleks are useless, the characterization for Ian and Barbara is so strong that it's above quite a few stories on that alone. Like yeah, obviously the Smugglers, that's a good suggestion. Like, how could you say The Chase is worse than the Smugglers when literally Ian and Barbara's exit is just perfection? Yes, The Chase is a very silly story, and you could argue that it lowers the stakes and it lowers the threat of the Daleks. And, you know, there is the whole thing about, well, why do the Daleks have time travel and what the implications of that are. But the characterization in that story for Ian and Barbara is so strong that I can't see why it's worse than something like the Smugglers or the Mythmakers. But that's just my take. I'm a season 2 simp after all. And a series 2 simp too. Both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Both season 2 and series 2 get quite a bit of criticism that I think is undeserved.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Chibnall is going away though, and that's what this live stream's about, isn't it?
Yes, and so is Jodie, but nothing on Yaz and Dan.
Oh, they're probably going to. They're not important. They wouldn't announce that. Yeah.
I just need to go for one sec. Just give me 1 minute.
Yeah, sure. Yes, indeed. Turn left is great. I don't get the argument for turgid, overlong, and drawn out for Pertwee's stories. I disagree. I've rewatched all of them recently, and I think the only one where the pacing was very all over the place is probably the Monster of Peladon, because it does weirdly go quite ridiculous. It's so bizarre because it has these moments where it just suddenly becomes like this supercharged action story for no reason, and it's very strange. I don't really get the whole it's boring and turgid though, because I don't see that at all. I think they're really good. The thing is that me and Callum have said before, like, you can say you think something is boring, but it's not very useful when you're like trying to discuss it.
There's no conversation really to be had.
It's just like, if you think it's boring, then you think it's boring.
In most cases.
But like, that's not really. I don't really count it as a criticism, because like, how are you supposed to?
What could I do with something you find boring? How you felt like?
Yeah, it's like
fine,
it's like
totally
there's
fine,
a couple of reasons for it. Firstly, it's like, well, you finding it boring is something that happened to you. It's like, that's not really, you're not really talking about the story.
That was your reaction,
and then also
your feeling towards it.
And then also, the other side of that is that if you found it boring, you're probably losing information about the story. So it's like, well, if you haven't really watched it, then talking about it might be awkward, because you might.
It could either be the fact that you've missed details or the story has failed to give you details. Like, being bored by something, there can be, like, obviously reasons for it, but if you just don't go, like, you don't elaborate, there's not much we can actually do.
That's
so
why,
there's no point really saying it.
That's why when I was criticizing Randscore like a while back on this, you know, in this conversation, boring was the last thing I said about it, because it's not as important as talking about the fundamental issues of the writing, I think. Because it's like, well, you can tell me something is boring, but that doesn't tell me much about the story. It only tells me about the experience you had watching it, which is a completely different thing altogether, you know?
Yep. Just, Just doesn't really do much for us. And I think I don't know if that was much of a factor in the 10th Doctor debate. I think it was just more disinterest more than anything.
What, with Dylan and Joey?
Yeah.
They said, well, Dylan said that he just thinks most of the episodes are average to mediocre.
I mean, they're not, but okay.
Yeah, but that's because he's not invested in the characters and he doesn't watch the show in order, so he wouldn't get what all the context is.
And that's I think that's one of my things that I really am not that much a fan of, especially with, I think New Who is more. I think if you watch it in order, it's probably the preferred way to watch New Who. I think Classic Who, I think there's more variety in terms of you can watch a story and that just be like a one and done. If you get what I mean?
You can do that, yeah.
But the thing, you need context at the very least. With New Who, you very much probably should watch it in order, and unless you know the context like properly, everything around it,
yeah,
I'd rather watch it in order than watching a one-off story.
Yeah, it's just like, because he would criticize Father's Day for its plot, and I'm like, yeah, but you haven't watched The Unquiet Dead since 2005, so how would you know about the setup? It's like, you don't understand.
Whenever, like, there's a reason why for the 10th Doctor debate, we've rewatched the 10th Doctor era.
Yeah. The funny thing is, though, is that Joey does watch the show in order. He just doesn't get it, in my opinion. I just didn't think he got it.
I mean, he thinks the Snyder Cut is good.
He thinks Spyfall's better than The Waters of Bars.
He also thinks that Warriors of the Deep is good.
He thinks Rise of Skywalker's good.
You noticing a pattern here, guys?
Joey, if you're watching this, you're probably
notice how a lot of these things.
Joey's probably not watching this because
written.
Anything that you're in, he just turns off.
Yeah, because I'm blocked.
Yeah, because you had opinions that triggered him.
I had opinions that had good evidence to support them. Big shocker. Big shocker. I use dialogue as a very good indicator of how a character either feels or whatever. You know.
Okay.
Very odd.
Tom Curley, I want to set you a bit of a challenge. I want you to try and tell me what you think the reason is for why you thought Planet the Daleks and the Green Death were hard going. Because if you just tell me that, all that tells me is that you didn't enjoy them as much in terms of like entertainment value. But the thing is that I really like Planet of the Daleks, and I think The Green Death is a masterpiece, so I need you to actually detail the reasons, if you can. Because, like, I can't actually respond to your experience. I can only respond to the references you give. And that's nothing against you.
References are very important.
It's nothing against you. I would literally say the same for anyone. It's just purely like, what do I say? You found it boring? Okay.
Oh, yeah, why do you think I remember that one tweet I made. Why do you think I referenced the fact that Martha said that she wasn't interested in the Doctor as a point of that story, like, of the Doctor reacting to Martha the way he does, like, consistent? Like, because things mean other things. A to B in terms of consistency of terms of character, in terms of the information that is known to each character. It is very important that these characters know these certain things for the story to work and for the characters to act in character. The Doctor saying what he said in the next episode is correlated because of the ending of the first episode. So people need to remember dialogue is very important, and what people say is very important.
Yeah. So Unquiet Dead, Swedish Llama. It's the episode that introduces how time travel works. Like obviously the first two episodes do talk about time travel, but the Unquiet Dead establishes some of the rules and some of the things that are essential to the Russell T Davies era and how it handles time travel. And like you got things like the Rift, you got things like how you can be in the past and die, yet you are born in the future. And then it's also the episode that introduces the fact that Rose's father is dead. So it's important to see the Unquiet Dead first so that you have context for when you watch Father's Day. In fact, the Unquiet Dead is a very important episode. It sets up a lot of things for Russell's era, going all the way to like the end, really. So it's like, you know, how are you supposed to understand the context of Father's Day if you haven't got that information? fresh in your mind. There's a whole point to it. My point was that I grew up and knew those stories inside out and loved them, and yet watching them again, maybe I was too familiar with them, maybe it was the mood I was in, but I struggled. Yeah, it could be that. But obviously, every time you watch a story is going to be a different experience because of the situation. Like, there's never going to be an exactly same experience. But it's like, what can I say to respond to that? It's just like, well, tough. Sucks for you then, I guess. I don't mean that in a mean way, but I just mean as in, like, I feel bad that you had that issue struggling with those stories, even though you used to love them. Like, if it was a situation where you noticed problems that you didn't notice before, and it made the story worse, then I could understand a lot more. But if it's purely just like you are too familiar with them, so there's nothing fresh for you to consume, I guess, well, it's like, well, okay, then that doesn't really say anything about the story, does it? It just says something about the fact that you've seen it too many times. But I think it's important to recognize the difference between audience experience and actual craft. I think that's something that a lot of people on Twitter don't understand. And it's not and like I've said this, it's kind of annoying that I have to keep having these caveats, but it isn't a personal attack to say that something is your opinion and isn't to do with the story.
Yeah.
It is just purely what it is.
Yeah.
This may be a hot take, but I like Snake Dance more than Kinder. I like both a lot. In fact, I go back and forth on them. I think each time I watch those stories, I trade which one I prefer. I think on my most recent one, I think I preferred Kinder just slightly, but they're both some of my favorite Davison era stories. I mean, they're both written by Christopher Bailey. They're both great. I think some of it may come down to personal preference. Like, Kinder is a lot more character focused, whereas Snake Dance has more world building. So it depends on which one you prefer, I guess. Genesis Avengers 9, I was wondering if you'd be up for discussing Turn Left, getting your take on some of my criticism. Did you criticize Turn Left?
Oh yeah, boy thinks Turn Left isn't good.
Right.
From a recent rewatch.
Well, I mean, I can imagine...
There was one thing that I did agree with, and it's when the Titanic crashes, there's a line in Voyage of the Damned that makes it more dangerous than what Turn Left represents. But that was the only thing I agreed with.
Is it a video, Borgie?
No, he just has criticisms of it. And I remember a while ago he said so, because I think I might have tweeted about Turn Left once, and I think he might have replied saying it wasn't that good.
Yeah, Turn Left is a...
I know he's had conversations with Jeb before.
Turn Left is
I believe.
Turn Left is a tricky one because it's very heavy on continuity, and so there's a lot of things that have to line up. I think
it mostly gets it right.
I think in terms of characters, it's perfect. I can't think of a single thing to do with characterization that is off. Like Donna, Rose, Wilfred, Sylvia, the Doctor, even the lady who puts the beetle on her back. Like, they're all absolutely phenomenal. But I think in terms of plot, I would imagine there's possibly a few corners that are like, that's a bit odd. Because
we'd have to rewatch it and properly analyze it. So, like, I doubt it. I doubt it. I still think it's very solid.
I've brought up questions before about the stars going out in Turn Left, in terms of like how it relates to the reality bomb. I've brought up questions about that before, and I don't think I ever got answers, like definitive answers. I'm not sure. Turn Left is a tricky one because it's like, if you're talking just for the characters, it's like one of the best Doctor Who stories, I think. But then I think also there's potentially some tisms around the continuity. You know what I mean?
We'd have to properly watch it through.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have a definitive answer. It's off topic, but since you've done a video on Years and Years It's the Same, would you consider doing the Second Coming? Yeah, I have thought about that before. It is one that I would
do something on that.
Yeah.
We'll probably do other stuff on the RTD shows at some point.
Second Coming, Casanova, there's a whole bunch of them. I think watching Queer as Folk, like the original series before it returns, would be interesting.
Would be interesting.
I know that Aidan Gillen was in it. The guy who plays Littlefinger is in that show.
Yes, I've seen the clip where you reference Doctor Who in that show.
Mm.
That's quite nice.
There's a lot more to it. The only criticisms I gave public on Twitter, but I agree the characters are great. Well, I mean, that's no surprise. It is a Russell T Davies episode after all.
Yeah, whenever Russell writes something, you're guaranteed to at least have very good characters.
Game Troll Prime says, reality bomb destroys every universe. I just want to be very specific here. The reality bomb destroys every potential universe. That doesn't mean that when it says infinite possibilities, that doesn't mean there are infinite universes. It means that there are infinite potential universes, all depending on what could and couldn't happen. The Beetle creates a universe around here and is affected by it. Yeah, so the Turn Left universe isn't one that already exists. It's one that's created by the Beetle, right? Like it's like
it's created by the Beetle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit like how the year that Harold Saxon was Prime Minister is kind of like an elastic band extending off the actual timeline. It's a bit like that, really, in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the reality bomb is something that I feel like would be interesting to talk about down the line, because it is I'm still not sure on it. After all these years, I'm still asking questions about it, and I've never really actually pinned down exactly whether or not I think the reality bomb makes sense. Because there's a lot of things that to do with multiverse theory that are in question, and I do think I've debunked some of the criticism, but not all of it. Yeah, it's been a few years since I've watched Stolen Earth: Journey's End. Anyway.
Yeah, it's been a little bit for me. Yeah.
To qualify my comments on the stories, I found them hard going / boring, largely because of the pacing of the storytelling and the time it took to get to the point, or to reveal itself overall. That's a very complicated one. I'm not sure if I'm the person to answer that. Because this is something that even MauLer has struggled with.
Pacing is a factor, but it depends on the context of what the pacing is like around. If you get what I mean? I probably worded that a bit strangely, but like I mentioned with ESI earlier, the reason why it's so bad is because of the fast pacing. Is because it doesn't develop the characters. There's a lack of information.
Well, if you're saying that about the Green Death, then I would absolutely disagree, because the characters in the Green Death are amazing.
But obviously, I don't know how this person is qualifying bad pacing.
Yeah, I think they're just saying it more to, like, they just say it's a monotonous story, is what they're trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see that. The Beetle told the Carrionites to piss off. The new actor in Series 3 was in Game of Thrones. Was he any good in that? Series 13 of Vendor. Oh,
Series 13.
Grey Worm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Performance, yes.
From what I've seen, he's just fine.
Yeah.
Well, he's in it yet?
Well,
was he in season 3?
Yeah. I think that's his first season.
Was.
I think that's when he first appears.
Yeah, he was. I remember him being fine.
I think he's pretty sound until you get to the very, very, very last episode of season 8, because that's the one where they assassinate his character, and he's absolutely terrible.
Ooh.
Yeah. It was like one of the only ones left that wasn't terrible. Like by the time you get to like season 7, he's just kind of there. But like then when you get to the very last season, and my Sunday dropped on the floor, he becomes a fucking weirdo. Oh dear. Yeah, he's not one of the standouts. I think he's a bit of an overrated character, actually. I think he gets a bit too much screen time in the later seasons, but I won't spoil too much details for Callum.
No.
Like he's definitely.
I know that season 8 is shite. So
Like there's so many characters in, I won't say which seasons, but there's so many characters that I would have liked to have seen get more stuff to do, and instead they give it to him, and I'm like, well, he's just a fucking Unsullied. Like, what are you gonna? Why are you giving him so much screen time? He's literally just an Unsullied. But Jacob Anderson is his name, I think. Is that his name?
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I was trying to remember not to, because for some reason I almost said Samuel Anderson because that's bloody Danny Pink.
I think I said that once, so
Yeah.
I think that might be why.
The Carrinites would have destroyed the world if 10 died in the Runaway Bride. That is a good question, actually. What would have happened to the Carrinites? Did they explain that? I'm trying to remember. It's a good question. Would Shakespeare have gotten rid of them? I don't think so, would he?
I think it's a discussion for another day, I think, where we rewatch it and we properly give our thoughts on it.
Yeah.
There's a discussion to be had.
I know there's I can't confirm this, but I know that Dalek Khan messes around with time a bit, but I don't know how much. And I know there's some things in the Fires of Pompeii, like the soothsayers say about like time being in flux. So I know that there is some things that change, but I don't know whether it has to do with the Carrinites or not. It's a good question, though. For me, they often felt like several episodes too long for the stories they were trying to tell. They felt slow, which would meander too much. Again, I just don't... I know it's a big question to ask, but I don't actually understand what you mean by that. Like, I understand what you mean by... I know what meander means. I know what like that is. But I don't see what you mean by the Pertwee stories doing that.
Like, is there... There's only one, but you can't say them because Callum hasn't gone to that point of Game of Thrones. Well, yeah, don't say anything about future stuff.
Yeah, don't spoil. Don't spoil. Yeah, don't spoil that. That's sacred territory. We can't...
Some of the Pertwees were just a contrivance of getting a story to fit an allotted episode and provide cliffhangers every 25 minutes to say... So they were what they were.
But you'd have to actually point out references of what those contrivances are. You can't just tell, like, you can't just say that that's what happened and then
you gotta prove it.
Have me believe you. Like, you actually have to
provide references.
Like, because I've watched all of Pertwee's Era this year, and I don't actually see what you mean. Like, I would say something like the Monster Peladon has an additional scene, an episode where the Doctor gets imprisoned, and you could have cut it out. But apart from that, I don't really see what people mean by it's contrived to be longer. Like, a lot of the Pertwee stories were actually written as 6-parters first, and then some of them were condensed to 4, and some of them were kept at 6. Thoughts on Boomtown? It's great.
Great.
Underrated.
It's like 8 out of 10.
Brilliant story. I can't think of really anything that negative to say about it, to be honest.
Yeah.
I know Jay doesn't like the Surf's Up line.
Oh no, but I like that. I like it.
But you know Jay is just being opinionated when she says it's cringe rather than poorly written. I feel so vindicated that on actual EFAP Jay said that Love and Monsters was competently written. I'm like, yes, you fucking tell those people.
To a certain extent, yeah. Because I doubt Jay was like, no, but it's actually fucking great.
No,
like,
that's not
writing.
No, I shouldn't say that. She said she said the writing was fine, but it was just that they should.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's not abysmal, which it isn't.
She said that she just thought it was cringe rather than having issues with the writing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think that one, because we had a little discussion about that in the Discord server about Love and Monsters and parody as a whole. That is an interesting topic to go down. As like, at what point do you allow things that would usually be plot issues? At what point would you allow that at the point when it's a parody? Like, what point does that cross the line and what doesn't?
It's a very interesting conversation. Is Chris Chibnall's era a big parody? Boy, I wish it was. That'd make it a little bit more bearable.
Yeah, Boomtown is quite a unique story, though, isn't it? Like, there's not really anything else like it.
It really is, yeah.
I think the closest comparison I can think of is Torchwood. That's the only other thing that feels like Boomtown. Not just because of the location, but just the way the episodes are structured. They are very Boomtown-like.
No, yeah. It's like one of the best Torchwood episodes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because it's written by Russell T Davies. Oh, man, I kind of...
Boomtown's really great.
I know it wasn't possible, but I wish Russell T Davies had showrun all of Torchwood. Like, series 1 and 2 as well. Not Chibnall.
It's not that Jay doesn't like Spaceballs, it's that she doesn't find it funny. That was the big hot take on... Very early on, I think, like in the 30s of EFAP.
Yeah, like, you know what's interesting? It's like, Blink is one of my favorite Doctor Who episodes. I love it to death, but I don't find it that scary.
Yeah, I don't find it scary.
Like, it's not a horror.
I can recognize the very good element put together for people to get scared, because it is well executed.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't tend to laugh a lot at stuff that is actually funny. In most, I watched all of like Rick and Morty up till season 4. I didn't laugh like a whole bunch, but I know where the jokes are, and I know that they're very good and well constructed.
You know what?
I like them
You know what you did laugh at though, is those conversations that Varys and Littlefinger had in season 1.
Yeah, no, I did. I actually rewatched that when you posted it, and I was like, yeah, because those are great. Those are legitimate. I think I laugh more when I'm in an environment with other people. I find that out.
I also think
recently.
that tone also is so much more like, it's so...
Oh yeah, it's so good.
It's so cheeky. You must be the only man in Westeros that isn't a man. Oh, you can do better than that.
Yeah, I know. That's such a good
Do you lie at night dreaming about my gash? Oh, so funny.
Why all the depictions of 10th Doctor that aren't ever seen by ITG so surface level and stagnant?
Wait, I'm not seeing that clip. That comment. Am I missing some of them?
It's on stream.
Let me just.
Do you want to scroll down? Maybe it's on stream.
Where?
At the bottom.
What was the thing you just
Malik's,
said? Why are all the depictions of 10th Doctor that aren't overseen by RTD so surface level and stagnant? I haven't listened to Dalek Universe. I've heard that's good, but well, I think it comes down to the fact that the 10th Doctor in the general public has like this really large appeal with a lot of his surface level traits. But I think Russell T Davies is one of the only people that can actually nail all of the nuances of his characterization. And that's why he script edited almost every episode he was in, like, vigorously. The only ones he didn't really do that for were, like, the Moffat ones, and one of those Moffat ones is Dr. Light anyway. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer, but I would guess it's purely just writing the 10th Doctor as good as RTD does would require effort. It would require a lot of effort, and I don't think that's something that people on, a contract for Big Finish would have the time to do. Because, I know some people on Twitter disagree, but the amount of effort that Russell T Davies puts into his characters is kind of beyond most people's
so most
capability.
of people are wrong on the RTD era, and whenever they have criticisms of it, It's never actually that good.
Yeah.
Like I said about a couple hours ago, we are better at criticizing the RTD era than the people that hate it. And I stand by that.
Random question, but what are your thoughts on Roz from Game of Thrones, the one from season 1? Yeah. So I really liked her, how she interlinked a whole bunch of stories together. So you started with her and Tyrion and Jaime, and then you had the bit with Theon, and how she, in conversations with Theon, exposed things about him which would tie into where he would end up going in like season 2, which was this big character focus. And then you had her go to King's Landing, and then it also told us things about Varys and Littlefinger. So she was used really well to link stories together, and I think the actress is very charming. You could almost say she's more of a narrative device than a character, but I still think that they gave her enough of her own character to justify her being in it.
I agree.
And Callum has seen season 3, so he's seen her death scene, which is fucking brutal.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
RTD vigorously scripted Idiot's Lantern. I can see that. It good. Yeah, nice try. You're not going to get me with that one. I don't know.
No.
I don't know what happened with the Idiot's Lantern. I mean, I've seen...
No one does.
The Doctor Who Confidential only really talks about, like, the fucking production, so I don't know. I mean, it's possible that Mark Gatiss may have just pitched him pastiche and Russell let him do it. And he didn't want to, like, mess with that. But no.
I guess what we can do to sort of wrap up this whole discussion would be how good do you actually think Series 13 is going to be, and do you think like what are you expecting in the future after this era? Like, do you think it can actually be great again?
You sound like a politician. Palpatine is a politician and he's not to be trusted. I think Series 13 is going to be on the same level as Series 11 and 12. I know that's pessimistic, but it's realistic. I think it'll probably be around that area. Whether it's better...
There's no evidence to suggest it's going to get better.
Maxine Alderton wrote the best episode of Chibnall here, in my opinion, so maybe her influence could improve it. I don't know.
Maybe.
But I doubt it. I doubt that she has that much power. I mean, Haunting isn't even... It's not like it's, an all-time classic or anything. It's just a diamond in the rough, really. If it was someone like Jamie Matheson, then I'd be getting excited about, how is this going to change things? But no. Can it get better after? Absolutely. Will it be great? Depends who they put in the chair, really. I genuinely believe that there are the actors and the writers in Britain that are capable of making great Doctor Who. It's just whether or not the BBC actually get them.
Yeah. It's the BBC have a massive job now of like getting the next showrunner who is actually talented.
And also execution good, because Moffat's talented, isn't he? He is.
Yeah, he is.
Moffat.
But the execution is very important.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not that bothered about the format of Series 13. I just want it to be good. A change in format isn't that interesting to me. As I'm not bothered how things are structured as long as it's structured well and the stories are done well. It really doesn't bother me.
Yeah, because like Dylan's getting all excited because it's something that he's been asking for a long time. He's always wanted a serialized format, and I'm like, yeah, I get why you're saying that, but I feel like what Chibnall's telling us isn't what you think it is. It's not the kind of serialized, massive story that you think it is. It's probably just a bunch of adventures strung together by an arc, really.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I get from it. And that's not that different. It's just probably just going to be, you know, loosely connected stories within one narrative with just a whole bunch of cliffhangers.
Yeah. The cliffhangers are gonna. I can't imagine most of the cliffhangers going to be any good, and imagine how contrived they're all going to be.
Tom Curley, I would be very interested to hear you try and convince me that stories like season 14? Oh, I thought you said 13, don't worry. I'd be very interested to hear you try and convince me that a story like Time Flight is better paced than The Green Death. I think that's a very big hot take. I know I did just pick an extreme example, but that is kind of a crazy comparison to make season 19 to 10. And I just don't see, and it's like, well, what does being 6 parts and methodical make it mean? Like, why would that make it bad? Like, what does that actually?
It's long.
Long my bad.
Long my bad.
RTD for series 14. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Russell.
Never gonna happen.
I don't think Russell.
He's never coming back.
He's never coming back. Never. He's done. He's done with Doctor Who. And that's.
And in a sense, I don't really want him to come back because I feel like I just want him to look at the work he's done and appreciate how bloody good it was. That's all I want.
I'm absolutely satisfied. Even though The End of Time being his last story isn't the best way to go out, I still think he can look back at his era and be proud of it. I still think his era is the best one.
It's aged so well, especially. It's aged so well.
Yeah, I still think even though not all the stories are good, I still think...
There's so many things over the past year that have aged so badly when looking back on it and really putting it to the gill of like, is this actually good? Is this consistent? Is it properly developed well? Things like Spider-Man 2 have just been utterly butchered. And like, I think there's other stuff, like apparently Batman, the animated series, is being butchered right now. And like all other stuff just aged poorly. And the RTD era is the only thing right now of that I can think of that has aged very well.
There's stories in there that have aged so well that they've gotten better with time.
Yeah. Werewolf 3, Aliens of London.
Oh my god, yeah.
I'm like,
that I'm on an absolute crusade to get Last of the Time Lords repraised. It has to. It's such a good story, and I see so much hate for it.
Yeah. No, because Connor, the symbolism of the imagery, that makes it shit.
Yeah, because it's out of the Bible. That means it's bad.
That means because he's floating with his arms slightly apart from his waist, that means he's Space Jesus.
Obviously.
Do you get it, Connor? He's Space Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like this was set up with the fact of the satellites. The Archangel network was anything to do with that.
It's almost, it's not like it was set up that Martha and the Doctor from their previous experiences knew that in a desperate time of crisis, the human race would band around a messianic figure, like they actually would in real life. Because, what is it what the humans do? They always say, oh no, I don't believe in God, I'm not a religious person. But then when someone dies, they say things like, oh, I hope to see you in heaven now that you've passed away. It's like, human beings do this. In a crisis, they will become...
they'll hope.
They will hope. They will go to hope. They will go back to the roots. They will follow leaders, messianic figures. They will do very religious activity, whether they admit it or not. It happens. And it was established in Gridlock, and it was capitalized on in Last of the Time Lords. And it's so well written, and I don't understand why people don't see this.
Yeah, but Martha's exit is shit though, innit?
What's my biggest Doctor Who hot take? It's either liking the space pirates or being lukewarm on Series 5, I'd say. I think that's probably my biggest Doctor Who hot takes. I can't think of...
Mine would be Series 12 probably being the worst season of like the entire of New Who.
I don't think that's as much of a hot take as mine.
It's not as much of a hot take.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people that think Series 12 is good, or is at least just average, always better than Series 11.
I think it's like a millimeter better just because it has one good episode in it. That's my reason.
Nah.
So long as the haunting ability of Darty is good, you can't beat me on this argument.
I mean, Gallifrey is destroyed again out of nowhere.
Yeah, but one good episode is better than 0.
but like what? How many episodes were there? 10 bad episodes. Well, I don't know, 9 bad episodes.
Yes, versus 10. Versus 10 bad episodes.
But when the other episodes don't affect the Gallifrey or the Time Lords or the Master, you start to get questions on if Series 12 affects those other elements or not.
Character assassinates the Doctor in Series 11.
Character assassinates the Master and the Doctor. And Gallifrey. And the Time Lords.
Assassinated the audience numbers.
Well, Series 12 did that even worse. It's even lower.
Borgie Boy, good take. Last of the Time Lords is better than Doomsday. Doomsday is still great, though.
It is.
I do love Doomsday, but
Yes.
Last of the Time Lords is better. And I know that's a bit of a hot take, but it is.
It's the second best New Who finale.
100%. Obviously, Parting of the Ways
And
is
it's
undisputed.
behind Series 1.
I mean, Parting of the Ways is literal perfection, so I don't think, I don't think that's ever going to get topped. Like, Russell T Davies set the bar so high that it's probably never, ever, ever going to get beaten. But, But yeah, in terms of my biggest Doctor Who...
I don't know what my other one would be.
My biggest Doctor Who hot takes, Space Pirates, good. Series 5, it's alright.
I'm trying to think what my biggest one is. I know it's there, I just can't remember.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know.
I guess just like that, in terms of Twitter, saying that Tennant is by far the best Doctor.
Yeah, that's only on Twitter, though. And even then,
exactly.
There's still enough people on Twitter that like Tennant.
Yeah, but even then, I'm right.
Oh, actually, I have another hot take. The 5th Doctor is better than all the Doctors from Moffat and Chibnall era Doctor Who. That's a absolutely nuclear hot take, but I genuinely believe it. The 5th Doctor is
I'd have to watch more 5th Doctor stuff.
Yes, obviously, him forgetting about Adric's death and Time Flight, not good. Obviously, him in Warriors of the Deep wanting to kill Silurians, not good. But everything else, great. Genuinely think he's better than the 11th, 12th, 13th War and Fugitive Doctors. Don't know.
I think a lot of people would fight you on 12 as well.
Oh, yeah.
There's an obsession with 12 on Twitter.
Oh, absolutely. But I know which Peter is better, and it's Peter Davison. Oh, and I haven't even mentioned Big Finish either. He's great in Big Finish. Absolutely brilliant.
Speaking of Capaldi, the Suicide Squad in the UK is out today.
Oh, is it? That's cool.
I hope it's good.
Oh, yeah.
I really do, because we need a fucking good comic book movie.
Yeah. Game Trailer Prime has said that their hot take is disliking Tennant and Hartnell. Yeah, that is a crappy, poopy take.
Those together, yeah.
They're two.
It's a hot take, but it's also wrong.
They're two of the best Doctors, in my opinion. Tennant and Hartnell.
If you don't like them, that's fine, but they are still good Doctors.
Oh yeah. Hartnell is an absolute fucking G, and Tennant is probably my favourite character of all time. It's up there. I don't know. Idiot Science's pretty bad, so that does hold him back a bit. But I don't know. I have so much affection for that character that it's so difficult for me to put any other character in fiction above him, really.
Which ones to say? I just blanked out for a second. What are you on about?
I was just saying David Tennant's Doctor is one of my favorite fictional characters, not just Doctor Who, but ever.
Yeah,
like
no, same. He's my second. He used to be my first, but he's now my second.
Like I said, he's not a perfect character. Like, obviously, the Idiot's Lantern exists. The Idiot's Lantern exists. But apart from that, he's characterized almost perfectly in everything else. Like, I can't think of anything too egregious. I've heard some people say, there's a couple of things I would say I could see, like, questions being asked, but I don't know. Definitively, I can't think of anything else that's actually bad. There's certain decisions that were made that I would change. Like, for example, it's not to do with his character, but I would have liked if Jackson Lake saved his son rather than the Doctor. But that's not something that makes Tennant bad. It's just a decision that was made. It's not
It's a narrative.
It's not out of character. I could see an argument that he's a bit Flanderized in The Day of the Doctor. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah. I still enjoy him a lot, though.
If we include Big Finish, I think you could criticize his characterization there a bit, because it's a bit.
Yeah.
It's nothing wrong with it. It's just not the same.
Though he's great in the Tom Baker story.
Yeah, he is actually.
Yeah. I remember that being a good 7 out of 10 story.
Yeah, I think. I heard someone criticize Voyage of the Damned, saying that it's out of character for him to kiss Kylie Minogue because it's just
what? I thought he was doing something in that bit.
Yeah,
like,
no,
saying I'm free or something.
Like, I'm pretty sure it was like an action, not a like. It's not like he was intentionally trying to romantically get involved. He was just it was just something that
obviously it's meant to be a romantic scene.
Yeah, of course. I think some people some people misunderstand it. They see it as he spent all that time rejecting Martha, and then the first blonde that comes along he falls in love with. I'm like, no, I don't think that's what happens.
He's setting her free to let her roam around the stars.
I don't think
which I think is nice.
I don't think he falls in love with Astrid. I think that's a load of bullshit.
You know what? I actually fucking adore the ending of Voyage of the Damned. The last couple minutes. Like, when he gives all the money to the old man, like, it actually really warms my heart. And then, like, the ending, just like the music swelling, it's super, like, cheesy maybe, but fucking love it. Oh, so nice.
Well, Voyage of the Damned is a very cheesy story, though, on the whole. But yeah, rewatching the Fifth Doctor, like, wow. I was so wrong about him a few years ago.
No, I remember.
Peter Davison as an actor as well. There's so many. He's so impressive because he manages to balance being dramatic but subtle at the same time. And I don't know. I just got to the end of Snake Dance. There's that scene where he's hugging Tegan, and I'm like, holy shit, this character is fucking pog. And I haven't even got to season 21 yet, and that's like when he's at his best, like in like, you know, Frontiers and Resurrection and Caves and all
that. I would say, Borgie, that the weakest Eccleston story is probably End of the World, due to, I think Jay mentioned a couple of things about the plot.
Yeah,
and it kind of got me thinking. I think like maybe it's probably the weakest in terms of plot.
Yeah, I think in terms of characterization, it's better than The Long Game, though, by far.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fair to choose one of those two.
Yeah, they're definitely one of those. Are definitely the weakest.
Maybe. I used to prefer End of the World over Unquite Dead, but now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I used to not like Unquite Dead.
Yeah,
I give it a 5.
Yeah, I love it now. It's a brilliant story.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's around a 7.
I love the dilemma of like what to do with the dead bodies, and the whole dynamic with Charles Dickens. and also all the setup it does for like the era is so important. Like the rift and the time travel stuff, and especially the two sugars. Am I right? Maddox's hot take is that season 15 is actually good and certainly incredibly shaky. Well, I would imagine the main reason you're saying that is because it's got the Fourth Doctor and Leela in it, and they are definitely the best part. I think that the main issue is in the invasion of time, because that really, really fucks things up. It's the first time. I know some people have hot takes about the Deadly Assassin, including Will, and I think they're wrong. But the invasion of time really fucks up Gallifrey in some ways, and the way the Doctor is characterized is a big misstep. There's so much they could have done in terms of the tension between him and Leela and all the actions he takes, and it's never resolved. And then there's also the really shitty Sontaran bit too. Yeah, so that's my biggest gripe. I also think the production values on Underworld obviously are terrible. Like the green screen is just some of the worst I've ever seen. Even though I like the story. Apart from that, I would agree though. Horror of Fang Rock is a masterpiece. Image of the Fendal is great. The Sunmakers is so underrated. Invisible Enemy is underrated. And like I said, Underworld is also underrated apart from the production. But I would strongly disagree with Invasion of Time. That is, I said it before, it was my first dud in my marathon. And that takes a lot. That takes a lot. And Jay agrees with me, it's the worst Tom Baker story. 100%.
Yay.
Hot take, the only Doctor that's better than Troughton is Tennant. That's fair. I don't know, I like Eccleston and Tom Baker more than Troughton, but not by much.
Yeah. I would... I prefer Troughton over Baker, but I think I need to watch more stories to be real concrete on that.
Yeah.
But as of right now,
they're
I
pretty...
Troughton.
9, 4, and 2 are very close for me.
I think we can all agree that 9, 10, 2, and 4 are the best.
Yeah, probably. That's the kind of. I mean, I also love Hartnell and Pertwee as well, but I don't know. I think I put them just a little bit below those other ones.
I think those four especially get the best writing.
But the difference between them is so minor, because like with Hartnell, it's like the only reason I put Hartnell below those four is because in...
Well, like the top half of my list is like it's very close together, and the bottom half is quite big.
Well,
the gap.
Well, the only reason I put Hartnell below those four is because in season 3 he dropped out a bit. Like he doesn't appear as much after the massacre, and so his presence in his stories isn't as prominent as it was earlier in his era. And that's kind of the only real criticism I have. And then with Pertwee, there's a couple of dodgy lines. Like, there's a line in The Demons where he tells Jo to respect her superiors in terms of the Brigadier using weapons. And I'm like, that is so out of character, Doctor. You would never say that. But, yeah. I don't know. I find it very difficult to criticize those Doctors, but I think that's really the only significant difference I can make between them. I think Tennant gets away with having the Idiot's Lantern because of how amazing everything else is. I think that's kind of my justification. Even though I would agree that the way he's characterizing the Idiot's Lantern is arguably much worse than, the worst of Pertwee, Hartnell, Tom, or maybe not Tom, but Troughton and Eccleston. I still think the rest of it makes up for it. Troughton doesn't really have any bad characterization whatsoever. I think maybe something like the Underwater Menace, he's not as nuanced. Maybe something like the Space Pirates, he doesn't appear as much, but on the whole, he's pretty damn perfect. And Tom Baker, obviously, in Invasion of Time, they did a really wasted angle. Actually, this is another hot take I have. The Graham Williams era and the Jay and Tara of Tom Baker's run are both great. And I think this is a hot take because it usually comes down to you either like one or the other. it seems like everyone's like, oh, I love William Zera and hate season 18, or I hate William Zera and love season 18. I'm one of the very few people that thinks both are really good. So that is another hot take I have. Oh my
A
god.
lot of hot takes around.
Wow, Will said that Unquiet Dead used to be his favorite New Who story, but now it's Midnight. That's a fucking hot take to say that Unquiet Dead used to be your favorite.
Because I wouldn't, because it is. I would say it's not close to being one of my favorites. I just think it's a very, very, very good story. That's very solid and has got a really solid characterization.
Yeah.
A good amount of stuff.
I agree with Power Spy and the Fifth Doctor and Nyssa and Big Finish are great, especially in stories like Primeval, Spare Parts, and Creatures of Beauty. Great. A Christmas Carol is my personal favourite Christmas episode. I don't know if it's good or bad. I just don't care. I really like it. That's actually kind of a hot take I have. I don't really like it. I know it's very...
I like it.
It's very popular, but I find it borderline unwatchable.
Ooh, I wouldn't say that.
I mean, it's not a bad episode, but I just I think probably one of the things that really turns me off is it's the first episode where the 11th Doctor is like really Flanderized. Like there's a noticeable difference between Series 5 and A Christmas Carol in the way he's characterized, and I think it's definitely for the worse. He definitely comes across a lot stupider than he was before. I also just...
there is a little bit of a difference.
I personally find the episode cringe. I know that's not a criticism, it's more just a reaction, but I really don't like Moffat Christmas specials, mainly because they're just so saccharine and mawkish. They feel like Hollywood Christmas films rather than what I would actually want to watch. Apart from Husbands of River Song, I actually like that one, but apart from that, they're not really my thing. Whereas like the Russell T Davies ones are just kind of fun, but they don't make it all about Christmas. They just sort of have a bit of a blockbuster episode, and it's very cheesy and sort of the tone's very different, I'd say. That's the main thing. Hot take, Romana 1 over Romana 2. I could see that. I think both are pretty good. Thoughts on McCoy? He's great. I would have to rewatch season 24 to give you a proper opinion, though. But I think for basically everything that Sylvester McCoy recorded from Remembrance of the Daleks onwards, I haven't encountered anything bad in terms of his characterization from Remembrance onwards. Like, in terms of like season 25, 26 and Big Finish, I think he's pretty spotless. Although there is that one thing in the novels, like in Time Worm Genesis, where there's a really dodgy bit about like Ace, and like it's really dodgy. But in terms of like the actual stuff that the actor's been in, I like him in pretty much everything from Remembrance onwards, including Big Finish. So that's my thoughts. Yeah, Christmas Carol I think would be interesting to go into Game Travel Bang because of the time travel thing having problems. For sure. Well, you say that Power Spy, but I think the way he's characterized in The Power of the Daleks is amazing. It's just that it's very different to what he was later. I think what my criticism with the Underwater Menace isn't necessarily that it's early days. It's more so just there isn't as much character there. Like, in the Highlanders, obviously, he's not that nuanced either, but he's doing a lot of things. Like, he's dressing up and playing a lot of roles, so it's a bit of a different scenario. Whereas Underwater Menace, he's actually doing the Second Doctor straight-faced the whole time, and I just don't think they give him as much characterization. I think it might be down to Jeffrey Orme. Massive hot take, I don't think Dr. Mysterio is bad. I'd have to rewatch it. I mean, I did rewatch it recently, but I didn't pay attention to it. It was with other people. I still can't get over how you like King Husbands. Yeah, I know, it's weird, isn't it? You'd think I'd hate it. It's the Moffat Christmas special with River Song after Hellbent, but for some reason, it worked for me. I genuinely think it's quite funny. And I know that a lot of my friends, especially the Classic Who fans, really like it as well. Like, I think there was a... on Lord Slar's channel, they did like a Christmas special like ranking video, and Husbands of River Song ended up at the top because it was the only one that we all agreed was good. Even though I was fighting hard to get Christmas Invasion at the top, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
it's because they all don't like Rose Tyler. That's why.
No, Rose Tyler sucks.
Yeah,
No,
she's such a mean bitch though.
Literally only to Sarah Jane in the aspects, and even then it's not that bad.
And there's justification for it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a reason why she does it.
So as if characters react to certain things.
Game Triller Prime says Colin being in the top 5 is a hot take. Yes, but I think if you include Big Finish, it's not as much of a hot take. Like, Jay has Colin in their top 4, so it's not that much of a hot take to have Colin that high. If you include Big
just
Finish.
watch a TV show, then probably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love Colin on TV, but, you know, writing is writing, and they didn't justify a lot of the stuff they did. So, it is what it is. Oh, Borgie Boy says Evolution of the Daleks of a Doomsday. That is a hot take.
Nah, sorry, man.
I would probably disagree with that. Yeah, I would definitely disagree with that.
It's got some issues, Evolution. But it's not terrible. I wouldn't say it's terrible.
Oh, it's certainly underrated. People say it's the worst Dalek story of all time, and that's just ridiculous.
Nah. Have you seen the last couple of years?
Have you seen Revolution? Have you seen Asylum? Have you seen Victory? Have you seen The Magician's Apprentice?
Yep. Yep.
Hell, even bloody Destiny of the Daleks.
Yeah.
Actually, I would even say Death of the Daleks is worse than... it's less good than Manhattan. You'd have to tell me what's wrong with Doomsday that makes it worse than Evolution, I think. I don't see that. I like Evolution a lot, but I don't think it's...
Doomsday is very solid. I think everyone's forgetting that Doomsday is very solid.
I know a lot of people have very cheap, like... Mr. TARDIS is just like, oh, the Cybermen get shafted. I'm like, for fuck's sake.
No, they don't.
I hate that take.
It's not like Time as Children.
Maddox says, on my most recent marathon, I went from disliking Rose to actually liking Rose despite her brattiness because her motivations are well expressed. What a glow up on my part. Yes, Maddox, you have.
Yeah.
Big
base take.
Yeah, you have improved. Asylum is the worst Dalek story.
As if the context of the character actually matters.
Asylum is the worst Dalek story, hands down. I would say yes, but also there's a few others that are pretty close. Like Magician's Apprentice is pretty bad. Revolution is pretty bad. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's competition.
I think there's competition, but I would say that Asylum is almost completely... Like, the entire thing is pretty fucked, isn't it? Like, what positive could you say about Asylum of the Daleks, really? That in terms of writing? I can't think of anything.
It ends. That's a classic.
I'm not saying that Doomsday doesn't have a handful of issues. I'm just saying that the strengths are so good that I don't see how it could be below Evolution. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think we're forgetting the fact that the Doctor was literally standing right in front of the Daleks in that two-parter.
Yeah, although that wasn't a writing thing, it was a direction thing, wasn't it? Like, it was they just didn't position the people in the set properly. Because he was meant to be hiding behind it, but then the way he was positioned, it's clearly not. Yes, I agree. The Cybermen have been shafted in New Who. They were only really good in Series 2 and Series 10, I think.
Yeah.
and maybe haunting. But then again, the ones that came after
That's a special case.
they kind of ruined it after that, didn't they? Oswin is the best version of Clara. I would disagree. I'd say probably the one from the Snowmen's better than Asylum.
I'd say the version that was in Face the Raven.
Yeah, but that's the same Clara that's in Hellbent, though.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing.
Yeah, the version the best version of Clara is the one in Heaven Sent.
Yes, because he tells him to move on and get up and win.
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, I have another hot take that will piss some people off. I think Planet of Evil is better than Pyramids of Mars. Hide behind a corner. That one is a.
I think Pyramids of Mars is good.
That is a fiery hot take. Planet of Evil is often.
I do not think Pyramids of Mars is a classic.
Let me put it this way. Joey thinks Planet of Evil is like a 2. So I'm saying that story is better than Pyramids. That is a massive hot take. It's often, I see a lot of people say it's like one of the weakest of the Hinchcliffe era. I disagree. I think it's one of the best. Planet of Evil is so underrated. And I think whilst I do love Sutek, I think the political drama in Planet of Evil is so much more complex than the world-ending plot in Pyramids. Yeah, I definitely know that some people listening will be like, what the fuck? The best version of Clara is the zombie one in Journey to the Center of the TARDIS. The Daleks don't have...
Pyramids of Mars is good. It's not okay at best. It's good. I just don't think it's a classic.
I still think it's a classic, but I do like I said.
I gave it an 8, so it's still very good.
Yeah, it's a great story. Game Troll Prime saying, don't the Daleks have Time Lord detection tech? So them looking at 10 in that scene isn't much of a problem.
Well, they can just detect people. You can detect things.
I don't think it's specifically Time Lords, is it?
Yeah, it's not like they have a Time Lord detect. It's not that Time Lords are undetectable.
Yes, Game Troll Prime, I know your season 13 takes, and I know that you think the Android Invasion is a classic, and I disagree with you so much on that.
Oh, here's a hot take. I don't know if it's a hot take, but I think Rose, the episode, is better than Spearhead in Space. Or From Space.
I don't have beef with that. I would have them on par.
I think Rose is a bit more... It doesn't have as many issues that I noticed.
Okay.
Just saying. Not that Spearhead from Space is like riddled with issues. It's just there's one or two things I'm like, I'm sus of that.
Yeah, I think I usually say Spearhead's better because I think the Autumn plot is a lot more developed. I like the way that the Doctor builds a machine rather than, the anti-plastic. I think that's one of the only real differences I can distinctly make between them. But they're both great.
The guy that got shot, I don't know why no one's inside, and I don't know how nobody heard him get killed, considering how loud the shot was.
I think they're both great in terms of the lead characterization, though. Like the third Doctor, Brigadier, and Liz, and then also the ninth Doctor, Rose, and...
Oh, we're getting some really bad takes in chat saying that Rose isn't good.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, sorry, but...
I'm joking, though.
Rose is great. It's like an 8 out of 10.
I'm also like, that's for both the episode and the character. Great.
Yeah.
Here we go. You could call this controversial or hot take, but I think Capaldi is massively overrated and not a great Doctor. That's only a hot take on Twitter. If you say that in the general public, most people will probably agree with you. They wouldn't actually no. They wouldn't know that he's rated highly. They would think, "Oh, that one."
Yeah.
Yeah. I think a lot of people like him more than like him a lot. A, because the actor is amazing, and B, because the concepts behind his Doctor are great. I just think they don't agree that the execution is bad.
Or World Enough in Time is not the best Capaldi story. It's not even close.
Oh yeah, definitely not. I
can name like 5 better stories.
Yeah, we rewatched it and we have a few issues.
Actually, you know what? I think Dr. Falls is better.
Ooh, okay. Even with the Bill resurrection bit.
Yeah,
and,
I would say they're very much on par, and I would slightly go for Dr. Falls.
And what about the bloody bit where John Sim gets a hard on Missy?
Yeah, but that's not. Here's the thing with that. I don't actually have a problem with the Master having a problem with that, because the story acknowledges that is weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like Loki, where the story thinks that's good.
Yeah, true. I think Dylan would be very angry with that take, because I know that he loves World Enough in Time and doesn't like Dr. Falls, but there you
go. Jay thinks Dr. Falls is great. She recently said that on Twitter.
Oh, I've always thought it was great. I just don't like some bits of it. I don't like Bill's resurrection.
Jay recently was like tweeting out about that scene with Capaldi, and it's great. But the lighting is so bad, and I agree. The lighting in that episode for nighttime is just... You can tell it's daytime, but they just put a blue filter over it that made it look...
Yeah. It kind of spoiled some of the really good Rachel Taylor direction, didn't it?
Yeah.
What are some good Cybermen stories from Big Finish and Classic? Who is my favorite monster? So... Tomb of the Cybermen, the 10th Planet, the Moon Base, the Invasion, Earthshock, and then in terms of Big Finish, I would say Spare Parts, and what else is there? Human Resources, but I would say that you would probably have to listen to the first season of Lucy Miller era 8th Doctor audios first, because it kind of builds up to that.
Definitely not Silver Nemesis.
I actually have seen that now, because even though I shouldn't have by now, but I have actually seen it. I had to record a Worst of Classic Who video in advance, because my friend Matt is doing a marathon and he got up to it. So I have actually filmed it, but I'm not going to release it until it's time. So I will hold I will hold my thoughts on it until then. There was something else from Big Finish at the Sidemen that was great. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, 10th Planet, Moonbase 2, Invasion, Earthshock, great. They're great stories. Here's another hot take. Revenge of the Sidemen is underrated. There you go. Anyway. Oh god, there's a lot of comments that are coming. I need to just read them. Every Auton story is perfection. They're the best villains, after all, in my subjective universe. Well... I mean, there's one Auton story that I don't give a shit about, but Callum loves it, so I don't know what to say about that. You know the one. You know the one. There's a Auton story in Big Finish called... What's it called? Maddox will know the one, because it's Lucy Miller. I really like that one, and I know Stu Bagford really likes that one. God, I can't remember. What it's called now. So long as we all agree that Power of the Daleks is the best Doctor introduction, well, I think Callum would say the 11th Hour, even not seeing Power of the Daleks. But I agree.
As of right now.
I agree. Power of the Daleks is not only by far the best Doctor introduction story, but it's one of the best Doctor Who stories, full stop. It's fucking perfect. If you want to,
Everything you just said, I would say about 11th Hour.
no, 11th Hour's not perfect, Callum. Even if it's like better than I say it is, it's still not perfect. I do not believe that. Like I don't see how you can say it's perfect when there's literally a scene where fucking Amy
You're really struggling, aren't you?
Amy, no, I'm not struggling. I'm struggling to speak. I'm not struggling to think because it's just late at night. Can you justify that scene where Amy looks at the doctor getting changed?
I don't foresee that. In terms of the actual content of the story, I'm not that bothered by it. I don't think it's like good, but it's like
That's
just a weird character moment.
That's
a weird character moment. Is all I can say.
It's kind of the foreshadowing for the end of Flesh and Stone. That's kind of how I see it.
No, it is, but you can have that, and that's not the problem. The issue itself is with obviously the end of that particular episode.
The Prisoner Zero CGI looks shit. There you go.
Okay, that's the CGI.
Okay,
fine.
You want me to criticize the writing, don't you?
Yeah. Because fucking Father's Day CGI is a bit shoddy, but that's fucking perfect.
Oh, no, but the design looks great. Even Jake said it. So if Jake said it, then it's true. Except he's not right about the Doctor Dancers and he's not right about the Cybermen, but he's right about Father's Day. I just got halfway through saying that. I was like, hang on a second, I'm going to have to excuse a few things that Jake said.
He's totally right about everything, apart these two things that he's very wrong on.
Yeah, these two very important stories. Mummy on the Orient Express is the third best Capaldi story behind Heaven Sent and Well Enough in Time. Mummy on the Orient Express isn't one of my favourites, but I don't have many issues with it. It's pretty good.
No, I don't have any of it.
It's pretty damn good.
Got a 7 or 8.
What's the issue with Clive? Explain. Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, actually, wait, what?
Oh, okay. We've got an absolute, like, center of the earth magma hot take here from Tom Curley. Are you there, Callum?
Yep.
Okay. We have an absolute center of the earth magma, like steaming, burning, soldering hot take from Tom Curley, who says that they don't think Capaldi is an amazing actor.
Whoa. Oh, wow. Okay. Did you watch Heaven Sent?
Did you watch the thick of it? You're a fucking...
Have you seen The Suicide Squad? Because I would like to know if it's good.
You're a waste of fucking skin, Tom Curley. You're so... You're so dense that...
How long can I keep going on, Clara?
You're so...
Run out of me.
You're so...
Make a new one.
You're so dense that light bends around you. Kiss my sweaty balls, you fat fuck. The Doctor Who Twitter fandom doesn't adhere to reality. True. Capaldi overacts. I need to...
Nah.
Nah. No. No.
Literally, that scene in Doctor Falls are literally just like perfection in terms of acting.
Robots of Sherwood Clara is underrated. Fair. I think she's alright in that one.
Fair enough.
Like, she's a little bit... I do find this sort of... her being obsessed a little bit cringy, but I think that's just Jenna Coleman's heel heat on me. But no, she's okay in that episode. But that doesn't excuse the fact that in the very next episode, she's absolutely terrible. And listen.
She's literally terrible.
So yeah, nice try. Sometimes Capaldi sometimes tries to be Pertwee Baker Hartnell fan impersonation and fails. That is a take.
Fucking Why can't people just be right?
Okay. I have a hot take. I have one issue with Heaven Sent. That's my hot take. I don't like that it's implied that the Doctor left Gallifrey for different reasons in the War Games, and I don't like that it's implied it's because of the hybrid.
Hot take: Joe Martin's acting in Fugitive of the Judoon is shit.
Yeah, you've been saying that for a long time. A lot of people disagree with you on that one, actually.
Yep. I know they do. I know they do. Marcus agrees with me, though. Marcus agrees. Marcus is based, apart from Amazing Spider-Man films. But other than that, he's based.
Yeah. Yeah. I find it so funny that they went on that crusade to prove that Spider-Man 2 wasn't well written. And to be fair, they proved that, you know, it has a lot of problems. But it was in an attempt to try and make the Amazing Spider-Man films look good, and it absolutely failed.
Yep. Very funny.
Stan, Attack of the Cybermen, damn it. Well, I mean, I do like Attack of the Cybermen a lot, but I also think that if you were to say that the Doctor murdering a policeman in cold blood is out of character, I'd be like, yep, it is. So there you go.
That does sound out of character.
It's also played for comedy as well, which just makes it even worse. Although, in terms of entertainment, it makes it better, because I think it's fucking hilarious. But, you know... In The Doctor Falls, the days and nights are supposed to be artificial. The lighting makes sense to me. I mean, it does make sense. It's just aesthetically, like, I wish I could actually see it. It's just like, you know, when you watch Game of Thrones The Long Night, it's like, yes.
It's not good to look at.
Like, when you watch Game of Thrones The Long Night, it's like, yes, realistically, it's quite dark. But, like, I actually want to fucking watch it. Attack over Revenge, yes. I would be in agreement on that by a small amount. Brave New Town, yes, that was the name of the Auton story. Wingy Media says Attack of the Cybermen is the Cybermen's greatest hits. In terms of it being a trash compactor story, yeah, it's a bit like Planet of the Daleks in that way. Pyar Spyan loves the 11th Hour. Will Maddox just thinks it's fine. I think both takes are valid. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. I want to see Jake's reaction to Nightmare in Silver so bad. Yeah, I know why you're saying that. It's because Jake wants to see fast-running Cybermen, and if he likes Nightmare in Silver...
Yes, more upgraded.
And if
that makes it better.
And if Jake likes Nightmare in Silver, I will murder him. Because Nightmare in Silver is absolute horse shit. Oh, he's gone. Where's he gone? Where'd you go?
Fucking Discord.
What happened?
I just clicked off. What were you saying?
I was just talking about how dog shit Nightmare in Silver is.
Yes, it is very bad.
He only has images of the Ninth Doctor, despite him only recently regenerating. I'm pretty sure it's implied that he does that at the end of Rose. Like, he goes back and does all that stuff at the end of the episode. On purpose. I'm pretty sure that's the headcanon, but I don't know for sure. There's also the other possibility that all of that happened before. Like, it's... You also have to take into consideration that Clive doesn't know anything about regeneration. So if he sees the same face pop up, he's going to see that it's the same person. But if he sees other doctors, he's not going to recognize them, is he?
No, you're going to think they're different people.
Yeah. And so, like, that's like he would have heard of the person called the Doctor, and he would have found out that they look like that. So it's like, well, you know, like, what? I don't see how that's a problem. I think it's absolutely fine that he only has pictures of the Ninth Doctor. Maddox, the fact that the newborn 11th Doctor happens to conveniently run immediately into the plot thread that leads to his death by chance is super duper convenient.
Doesn't the TARDIS always take the Doctor where he probably needs to go?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's meant to be... Like you could say that about 10 as well, because he lands in the Christmas invasion.
Yeah, sure.
And,
But also that is also down to future stories. That's not 11th Hour's fault.
Oh, hang on a second. Because what if you go down the standard of every mystery is only as valuable as its answer? Because I would, you know, we say that about Fugitive of the Jadoon a lot, about how a lot of the questions it asks...
Yeah, but here's the thing, Fugitive of the Jadoon isn't well written itself.
No, but ignore the self-contained stuff. I'm talking more about the questions it's asking. Okay. A lot of the questions that Fugitive asks read on the answers, and the answers that the Timeless Children gave were shit. In the same way that the answers that were given for the 11th Hour's questions were shit. So it's like, would you hold that against both stories, or would you hold it against neither?
I'd say it weakens the story.
Mm-hmm. So
well, I don't blame 11th Hour.
I think I would...
The future stories weakening it.
I feel like that if you ask a question that isn't productive of a good answer, then there is a problem. Like
I think with 11th Hour, it's just like obviously like the science will fall is what obviously has been referenced.
Yeah.
The only questions I would have was how that person know about it.
Yeah, I know, but I was more talking about like the actual context of what that means.
Actually, no. I'm wrong on that because he comes through the crack, and the crack is in obviously Time of the Doctor, but that's shit.
Yeah.
So then I guess that can work.
Well, the thing is that the actual silence will fall thing makes absolutely no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Do you count rewatchability as a standard? Because if that's the case, then oof.
Rewatching it, well, like I said, it damages the story because of future stories.
But then again, would you say the same for Fugitive? Like the questions that it asks, would you mark it?
It definitely. Well, it's. Well, okay, so Fugitive itself is not a well-done story, but then it's weakened even further by the answer of the future. But the questions it asks, the future stories, it doesn't deliver on that front.
Yes.
So it weakens it even further.
But would you mark it down for those questions?
I'd say you can answer them properly. It's just whether it can.
But I'm saying that would you mark down Fugitive for those questions or not?
Well, most stories, especially Doctor Who, has like questions. And my problems with Fugitive are like mainly a lot with how it's structured, and then with the TARDIS, for example. Given what we all now know, full quarter definitely does make sense.
I guess the biggest difference between them is that the questions that Fugitive ask have a range of answers that they could possibly be, and none of them work. Whereas with the 11th Hour, we had absolutely no idea what the hell the silence was until we found out what they were. So I guess that does...
Like, the simple thing of silence will fall, they could have absolutely explained how all that functioned in terms of Prisoner Zero knowing for sure, and then what silence will fall means.
I do hold it against Moffat, though, that he had absolutely no idea what the hell silence will fall meant until he...
I do too. And I absolutely do too, but I do not blame 11th Hour for that problem.
I think that's an interesting conversation about whether or not you can blame a story for the questions it asks if they have bad answers, and also praise a story
that's what JJ does. JJ Abrams does a lot of that. He does a lot of the mystery boxes. Like, Force Awakens had a lot of questions. But in a lot of the contexts, it just it puts it to the side because it doesn't want to answer them. With Moffat in 11th Hour, it is setting up this question of what the hell is this thing that they are referencing. But that's for the future stories to deal with.
Yeah.
No, that's true. The crack isn't actually related to the silence. Well, no, it's very complicated and it's very messy. I will concede that, but I don't think that's 11 hours full. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, see, the thing is you gotta ask yourself the question. Well, that setup that the 11th hour did with the crack and the silence being connected can you blame that for setting up something that it gives a challenge to answer, and therefore the answer was shit?
Here's the thing: Moffat should know the answer. Like he should. He didn't.
Yeah,
and it was very clear when you watch the rest of the show.
Like it's like, can you blame 11th hour for questions it asks that would become a problem with the era? As opposed to
what I'm saying is that it does weaken the story when you look at it at its full picture.
Yeah.
The story is weakened, but that's not when you're looking at 11th hour as an episode. It doesn't like hinder it in terms of the quality of like.
Because we were talking about like the Unquiet Dead before, right? And some of the things that it sets up in there, when you first watch it, they don't seem like they are that important. But once,
in that sense, it strengthens the episode. I would say.
Yeah. And it's just like, well, do you mark 11th hour down for that, and then do you mark Unquiet Dead up for that? It's like, do you or do you not?
In terms of the bigger picture, yes. As an episode, no.
That's a good point.
Like, in terms of how it connects to Series 5 and 6 and 7, yes, it absolutely is weakened in its overall picture. But as an individual episode, the craft of the episode itself, there's no real problems with that. Because it asks a question. It's up to the future episodes to deal with that. And that's how it's been set up. And that would be the same with Fugitive. The thing with Fugitive, though, the episode itself is not well crafted.
Yeah, that's a whole separate issue.
And then the questions that it wants to answer in the future, which it then does, that weakens it because the answers are so broken. And then weakens it even further in its overall picture. It's like when we say the sequel trilogy ruins a lot of the OT, but we don't blame the OT for that. Even though it's a bit different because it doesn't answer.
Yeah, but the thing is that
questions.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Is the OT like at the end of Return of the Jedi, all of the loose ends are tied together. So I don't think you can make that argument. Whereas like with 11th Hour, it is a loose end.
But what the point I'm making is that when you look back at old stuff that came before, a lot of the time it depends on the context, especially stuff that's like from previous seasons and stuff like that.
I would argue
they are weakened.
I would argue that the sequel trilogy stuff is a retcon as opposed to answering a question.
No, it is.
Whereas the silence thing is
a bit different. I know it's a bit different.
The silence isn't a retcon. Yeah. It's something that was asked and answered.
Yes.
Game Troller Prime says, do you think it would be easier to track down Pertwee than Eccleston? Because Pertwee spent a lot of time on Earth. I mean, he was part of UNIT, a secret organization, kept a low profile. Like, he was not very public during that era. Like, obviously, he did drive around, but no one knew who that was. He was kind of incognito and going under the alias of John Smith for a lot of it.
That point you just raised is like, it reminds me a lot of Spyfall. Like, how does the government find Jodie when she's not been in the public eye at all as the Doctor within the universe? Like, how do they find her? Yeah, they just turn up. They know where she is. They know where the companions are. They know who the companions are, and that they need them at this point in time. Like, how did you find these people?
I haven't got my season 10 or 18 Blu-rays yet. They're still shipping. I'm looking forward to getting them though, because I love the artwork on them and I love the behind the scenes stuff. The crack isn't related to the silence in such a way that Prisoner Zero would know about the silence, like living in Hiroshima and seeing the crater doesn't immediately relate to the US.
I thought about that for a little bit.
To qualify my Capaldi...
Because the cracks are made by the explosion of the TARDIS, that the silence occur, they cause the TARDIS to explode, which then cause all the cracks.
Tom Kelly's saying that to qualify the Capaldi comment, he was never trained as an actor, and to me that showed when he didn't have the support or material. Well, it's...
What?
Well,
I don't know why that matters, though.
Well, it's like, you don't have to be educated under arbitrary standards to be a good actor.
You must be trained.
Yes, Peter Capaldi is the real-life equivalent to Ray. He's a Mary Sue actor who didn't earn his stripes.
He's just good. I think it's a bit different in real life when you're comparing it to something in a story and as a narrative.
Yeah, I just wanna remind you that some of the best athletes in the world self-trained themselves. Like, they didn't get tutorship, They didn't go to university. They literally just taught themselves how to be the best players.
But yeah, under the right guidance and all that kind of stuff, all that jazz. There's many complicated things to do that, but yeah,
you don't have to be trained to be a good actor. Like, it might help you, but you don't have to.
You can literally just naturally be a good actor, and that's just how it is. Mm-hmm. And that can be due to a multiple.
Peter Capaldi has like God-given charisma that is completely separate to his acting, even then, and that would have definitely helped.
But Borgie, yes, that is absolutely what happens. The WandaVision finale absolutely does ruin the good episodes of the season. And there weren't that many, but it does ruin them.
Now Tom Curley is saying that the reason why he's good in the thick of it is because of the writing.
So what's wrong with the writing in the good episodes of the Capaldi era? Like Dr. Falls, for example, that's a decently well-written episode, and the performance is good, so I don't get the issue.
Like, he may not be traditional. He may not be a traditional actor, but I don't see why that doesn't make him a great actor. Like, I think his natural style is very believable. And like, he does play things up a bit. That doesn't mean he's over the top, though.
Oh, Simps ruining Doctor Who fandom. The shippers are, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think
shippers are bad.
I think it extends to a much broader issue that the general Twitter Doctor Who fandom views things at a very surface level, and that's not just artistically, but like in terms of actual narrative.
And that can be on many things, whether for example, the whole Yaz and 13 stuff. There's been nothing between them in terms of them being an actual couple or whatever. Yet some people read into things for some reason.
I've said this before, but a lot of people don't ask how and why. That's the biggest thing, I think, is a lot of people don't ask how and why. They just consume what's in front of them. And the reason why they like things are very simple. It's just like, you get those like lesbian chicks on Twitter. They're like, oh yes, Jodie and Yaz are hot, and therefore they're the best characters. It's just like, well, that's kind of the thing is like, there's not really, you don't have to put in a lot of effort to please these people. All you have to have is attractive, nice people.
I guarantee you, if Series 13 finale has Yaz and 13 kissing, Twitter will go crazy and say it's the best episode of all time.
Yeah, it's literally, you don't have to do a lot to please these people. You literally just have to have...
You really don't.
Attractive people...
Look at all the Marvel fans right now. They are loving the amount of shit they're getting.
Mm-hmm. Like, you just have to have...
It's so easy to please.
All you have to have is attractive, nice people that win. That's it.
That also cry a bit.
Yeah.
And then they'll be like, oh my god, they're just so well layered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to...
we got back to Chibnall eventually.
Whereas, like, those same people will look at Series 3 and be like, oh, look how terrible the Doctor and Martha are. This is so unfair. Why can't they be nice to each other?
Because there's a story to be told.
Exactly. I just think that it's a shame that so many people have these really bizarre surface level standards that just sort of rely on the most superficial things that aren't even... They don't really require that much effort to produce that kind of television. You literally just have to have enough money to hire an attractive, charismatic actor, or two of them, I guess, and then have them face villains and have them win.
Well, Yaz isn't that charismatic at all.
Yeah, not really, eh? But
No,
I guess
really plank wood kind of.
yeah, kind of. But I don't know. The gay community, they seem to like her. So there you go. But Callum, you don't understand. She's been through depression. That means that she's just like the fans. She's so...
God, can you hear me? So fucking shit.
Yeah,
God.
Yaz is a relatable character because they told us that she had depression a few years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has an anniversary, and then she gets flashbacks in the dream about this policewoman who actually kind of stares at her really weirdly. And then it revealed that she inspired her to be a policewoman. Oh my god, it's so layered.
Mm-hmm. And that's why we got so much.
It's so layered, this story that we never knew before,
And-
that we probably would have known at some point beforehand.
Yeah, and that's why we got so much, of her police character intertwined in the story, just like in Around It in the UK when the doctor wanted to, let a spider be tortured, and she said, well, I'm a policeman and I have things to say about shooting and torture. I also am Muslim, I have things to say about torture. That's why we got that great character, eh? Even though, yeah. It was so multi-layered and morally complex, and I loved the bit where she questioned what the doctor was doing. And didn't just, stand there and watch it happen.
Yeah.
Thank fuck Christian was gone. Well, he will be in 2 years.
Yep.
But
Thank God this will be the last time we have to deal with shitty writing.
Yes, Ray and Kylo touched fingers, guys. It's so deep.
They touch fingers.
Oh god, that bit in the fucking video where Adam's like, I genuinely love Ray and Kylo stuff, and I was like, no.
No! Oh, that's so cringe.
No, Adam, what are you doing?
Such a... Oh, it's so cringe. There was... fucking cringe.
You know what? I've got a spicy hot take, actually. You know how we're doing hot
What
takes
is a hot
tonight?
take?
Anakin and Padme is better than Ray and Kylo.
Oh, absolutely, because there's an actual relationship.
Mm-hmm.
We understand they're the reason why. They knew each other since they were younger, which, there's some correlation.
Like, obviously, Hayden Christensen and Natalie Portman's acting is worse, but in terms of the characters...
And the writing isn't very good, but you can understand why.
Yeah.
That meme that's going around of like the scene in episode 2 of when they're in that field. That meme of like, because it's good, right? Because it's good, right?
I love how that's the foreshadow.
What Doctor Who related thing could be fitted with that to do with Chibnall? I can't wait to do reactions on Series 13.
No. It's bloody Anakin tells Padme, Chris Chibnall's gonna be making Series 13 into all one story, and she's like, that means it'll be good, right?
That means it'll be good, right?
Put Lord Slav's face on Padme.
Oh, God.
Yes, Borgie
I
boy.
can't wait to do Series 13 content because it'll be good, right? Because it'll be good, right?
Yes, Borgie boy, leaving PAIF was a very good decision.
Yes, because PAIF's a bunch of cunts.
Yeah. 13 queefs at the camera, and the Twitter stands goes, yes, Queenslay, I can't even. Maddox, I'm so looking forward to showing your meme compilation to Callum and Marcus on the next EDAR. That's going to be amazing. It's so funny. I think because I remember seeing some of those memes popping up over like the years. Like I feel like you've been working on it for a while, but it's like this half-hour video of all of Maddox's memes, and it's I love it. I love it, and I'm pretty sure he included memes from like almost every Doctor as well. So it goes across the board. And it's so crazy to like, because they, cutting between all these different eras. Like you cut from like Chibnall era memes to like 60s Who memes, and it's just like it feels like so different. Anyway, I'm so looking forward to that. It's hilarious. That'll be the reward you get after you have to break down the tisms. I hope the wet wipes of the Twitter fandom leave with Chibnall. I agree. All the Jodie bots and not my doctors need to fuck off. I legitimately want Bolstrick to quit. I don't think he needs to ever appear again.
Nah.
We already buried him.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Anakin. Chip.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a great point. Yaz's story got so much focus in "Can You Hear Me," and then Graham's got shafted.
Yeah. Even though Graham's
like, how?
Even Graham's was the one that was established before. And then what was it? Ryan was scared of the fucking dregs.
Dregs or whatever the Gregs. It's the Gregs.
No, I'm imagining Greg from the Wiggles. Scared of the Gregs. And then he just goes up to the doctor. He's like, "Oh, there's so many Gregs around me. It's too many Gregs in my life."
I'm currently working on that meme right now. Because it'd be good, right?
Bolstrick will get Palpatined. What do you mean Palpatined? Well, he's
like
gonna
yeeted off a thing and then come back.
I survived.
I'm genuinely curious, because imagine if the showrunner, just happens to be a woman. Imagine how crazy everyone's gonna go. That is wow, it's gonna get even worse.
Literally, fucking Verity Lambert was a woman, and she was the first ever showrunner. So I don't see what the problem is.
Yeah, exactly. So I hope there isn't anything like that.
Fucking Bolstrick's just like, the BBC have got an anti-male agenda, not letting men be the showrunner.
I mean, Chris Chibnall is literally the showrunner before.
Dirty straight white male. That fucking stream. It's like
that was an odd stream.
It's like the one and only time that you and Joey agreed on something.
Yeah.
Bolstrick is just enemies with everyone. Even Jay hates Bolstrick.
Yeah. And he talked about Bolstrick very briefly on EFAP not long ago.
Yeah.
It would have been the one that he was recently on.
It's interesting though, because Nerdrotic still appears on EFAP, and that's kind of awkward. Because Nerdrotics are not my doctor as well. And Nerdrotic's a fucking scumbag. He's just... I hate that guy. Like, he thinks he's top shit, but he's not. Remember all of his arguments in the Spider-Man debates were just so, wrong-headed?
Really bad. Yeah.
It's just like...
Apparently Homecoming, I know that SK Comics doesn't... It says that Homecoming is bad, but I don't imagine it's going to be much real, because it's not like the comics.
Well, the thing is that what I meant is that Nerdrotic's criticisms of it weren't the right criticisms. It's just like when people say
no, they weren't,
it's like the Spider-Man equivalent of "My Space Jesus" and "Masad."
Yeah.
Ryan not only has dyspraxia, he's also terrified of Greg's. The sausage rolls petrify him. What the fuck? Of course, bloody Tin would say that. Verity is still one of the best showrunners. I agree. Seasons 1 and 2 are Pog. Including The Chase, Game Troller Prime. Including The Chase. Imagine if Verity Lambert had a bunch of Twitter bot stands. Yeah, that'd be fucking hilarious. The only people who don't have beef with Ballstreak like that is Whittaker and Wingy. Well, that's probably because, like, they're just radical centrists in the Doctor Who fandom. They don't really have an opinion. They just don't want people to argue. And not gonna lie, like, I've followed the Whittakers for a few years, and like, they're really nice people, but I don't think they're the sharpest knives in the box, if you know what I mean. Like I said, really nice people, but I don't know what the word is. They just always seem to be behind the curve when it comes to these sorts of things. Like, they're just a little bit. It's not necessarily their fault, but I just think they don't really understand it all, if that makes sense. Yeah, I have my tisms with Whittakers, even though they're really nice people. And Wingy's just, well, remember when we covered his Mission to the Unknown review in the first ever EDAR on Patreon?
Yeah.
And he was just like, I don't like that a 12-parter has a prequel. Hello, Dr. Gamer. You have joined 4 hours into the stream. I think you might be a bit late.
Yeah. I don't imagine we're going to be going on for much longer.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely the time's running out.
I'm just finishing something off, and then I'm going to get Connor to show it on stream.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be worth the wait. Just you've seen live a creative idea.
You know what? After you've done Spyfall Rage, I think you need to do...
Yes, which I will get back to.
I think, just a suggestion, I think you need to do an unbridled praise of Last of the Time Lords.
Most likely.
I think that would be pretty great. I think it might be the most overhated episode of New Who, probably.
I would say so.
Yeah.
There you go, Connor.
Oh yeah, I remember that Game Troll Prime. Who were excited before Series 11 aired because the companions had normal people names.
What? How is Bill not a normal name?
What? Because it's a boy's name on
How
a girl.
How is Clara not a normal name?
That's still fairy tale.
Amy is a very regular name.
Amelia Pond. An unbridled twerk. Maddox, you always have to turn everything sexual. That is your way. Thankfully, it's not like crass, but it's... Oh wait, did you send the thing?
Yep.
Seriously, that'll be good, right?
Actually, yeah, everyone needs to see this.
Wait, I need to. How do I?
This is pretty funny.
How do I get that on stream? Actually,
just so obviously save the image, and then you should be able to just add image. Go to plus, and there should be one called image. Should just pop up.
Right.
Yeah.
Documents. Okay. Let's see. So how do I do that again?
Yeah, I see it on stream.
Open image.
Oh no, that's a Discord.
Browse documents. There we go. Yeah, I think I got it. Look at that meme. Oh yeah, I was rewatching a bit of the 500 subs video the other day, and there was that bit where we showed Daniel dropping the glass bowl.
Yeah. That's good stuff.
I can't believe he let us show that. It's hilarious.
There's the meme.
Oh, I remember Post Timeless Children when I showed the meme of like, the doctor realizing that he committed incest.
Yep. That was. Oh boy, Chris.
I respect them for not picking sides, but being bold enough to say what they want about the fandom and not care. Sure, but you know, I feel like I don't know. I can't put my finger on what it is, but the Whittakers, they're not as sharp as some of the others. I mean, like when I first got back into Who in 2017, they were the one I consumed the most content of because they were really friendly. But I think these days I've gotten to the point where deep discussion is my thing, and they just don't really have that anymore. Like the Whittakers don't really meet that anymore, and I've sort of moved on from them.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same.
I'm much more interested in what like someone like Jay is bringing to the table. I think that's so much more interesting.
I'm the same with like MauLer and Rugs and Fringy and Jay.
And I will preface like what Jay has done is not easy. It's very.
Oh no, it's not.
It's a very difficult thing to do, but I think that is the bar.
It's taken it like over a year.
Yeah, like that for me. Like that.
The earliest I know that she worked on it was when they showed my meme on EFAP.
Like that kind of bar equality of Doctor Who criticism is kind of what I consider to be great criticism now. Like that is it. Like that really, really thoughtful, in-depth, unbiased sort of look at the show, I think is very valuable. And a lot of the rest, unfortunately, I don't think there's enough critics like that in the Who community because a lot of them are very just sort of, like I said, surface level.
Very surface level.
Yeah. Whereas, like, if you look at, like, the Game of Thrones community, like, half the fandom is like Jay. It's all about, like, justification and, like, a lot of people agree.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people agree that, like, the second half of the show is the shitter half. I mean, if you don't, I question your sanity. But, you know, it is what it is. Maddox is the Moffat of the Who fandom. Yeah, I bet he'll be pissed to hear that. I came to YouTube for Doctor Who fandom for Dylan, and I stayed for Connor. Oh, that's very flattering. I mean, Dylan's very charming, and there are some things he's very good at doing and criticizing, but one thing's for damn sure, Russell T Davies' character drama is not his strength.
No.
That's the Russell T Davies era is the biggest clash I have with Dylan. Like we're pretty sound on a lot of it. Like classic Who, Moffat era and Chibnall, we're pretty sound on a lot of it. But Russell T Davies era, no, we do not agree. Jay and Shad are my two favorite EFET members. I can't remember much about Shad. I can't remember who that is actually. Which one is Shad? Shadiversary?
Shadiversary.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sure
he does some really good videos.
I'm sure I've heard of him before.
I don't watch a lot of his stuff, but he knows his stuff around like armory and like medieval stuff.
Jay's video on Doctor Who was so good that I think it might be better than. I think it's honestly better than like a lot of MauLer's videos, and that's a pretty high bar. But
I would say it's definitely up there for sure.
Yeah,
it's a fucking great video.
Yeah, I think Jay, especially with the Doctor Who stuff, I think one thing I really like about Jay that MauLer doesn't touch on as much is that they really go into sort of the more what is the word for it? There's something that, there's a specific thing that Jay did in that video that is different to MauLer, and it's got something to do with like the theming of the characters. I can't remember what it is, but like a lot of MauLer's content is more like, I mean, obviously the EFAP like podcast is a lot of it's just fun, but in terms of the way he criticizes media, it's very much at a knife's edge. Like when you ask him to criticize something, it's a lot of it is very just hardcore logical consistency, you know, like when you look at like debates like Winter Soldier versus Far From Home, for example. Whereas I think Jay has a lot of charm. Not that saying that MauLer doesn't, because I think MauLer has charm too. But Jay has like this really distinct personality, and I think it was things like, you know, the memes that they added to the video that really spiced it up. Like, you know, all of the like little cutaways like to like the, now that's a 1 in a million chance, and then there's a not a coincidence meme, and there's the now that's what I call an inner conflict meme, and all of that stuff. I think that's the kind of stuff that Jay has that I don't see in a lot of
I think
MauLer's
it's
videos.
down to how they want to star their videos.
Yeah,
Because MauLer is very much in the terms of like, it's almost like a not. I'm not saying this. I'm saying it's a positive. It's like a lesson, especially the critiques. I get a lot out of the critiques, especially.
Yeah,
I think with Jay, it's about having her style really be presented in her videos, and I think she does it brilliantly well. And I think MauLer does his style very well.
Yeah, they are
I
different.
think it's about what you prefer out of like something to keep you like, I guess, engaged in a sense. It's hard to pin down what exactly what, but I know that there's a different style being implemented by both of them.
But the thing I will say though, I can listen to MauLer talk on EFAP for hours on end and never be bored. Like, he's such an entertaining voice, just talking about anything at all. Like whenever there's super chats, I just put on EFAP, and anything he says is interesting.
Yeah, I'm the same.
He just has such an interesting mind.
They've been having lots of talks about like animal fights, like recently, like a saber-toothed tiger against like a grizzly bear or a polar bear. And it's just really fucking interesting stuff.
Yeah,
it's just fun.
Rags is an interesting one though, because I really like Rags on EFAP, but I'm not interested in anything on his channel.
I like his stuff on his channel.
Yeah,
He's doing a Mandalorian video, but I don't know when that's going to come out. I don't think it's anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't find Rags as interesting when he's by himself. I think it's the dynamic he has with MauLer that makes him so funny.
I definitely prefer him on EFAT for sure.
Yeah,
I definitely enjoy his interactions with other people he's like guesting with.
It was the same thing with Wolf when he was still around. Like, Wolf was so much better bouncing off people than by himself. Yeah.
I do like the way Rag speaks though. He's like very articulate.
Very articulate. Yeah. Fringy's just a good lad.
Yeah, he just wants things to be good, and he gets frustrated when things are stupid, and it's really fucking fun.
Yeah,
I'm glad he's the new host because he's really good.
Fringy's just like that Aussie bloke, isn't he?
He kind of is. Yeah, the way he talks and like how he talks about all the stuff that they recently talked about Pokemon on the last catch up they did, and it was a pretty fun conversation.
Yeah, I was listening to him talk about like Grand Theft Auto, and just the way he talks about it reminds me of
I'm jealous that Jeb has gotten to like hang out with MauLer and Fringy and stuff.
That's pretty cool.
Same with Marcus.
That's pretty cool.
Because I just like to talk about shit and it'd be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine meeting all those people in real life. That'd be crazy.
It would be, actually. I mean, the closest we're going to get was Jay. As of right now, is Jay.
Well,
hopefully we can get him at one point.
Oh, I mean, I'm not going to be anyone in real life because I'm fucking halfway across the earth.
Well, no, yeah, but yeah. I mean, in like Discord is what I mean.
Yeah, of course.
Because it'd be good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's other people that like on the sort of the outer rim of the EFAP guests that would be able to get on, like, you know, Southpaw and all that. But I think in terms of like the big,
I've never actually ever talked to Southpaw in person or like on Discord or whatever. But he seems like a nice guy.
I think Southpaw might actually be in my server. I can't remember.
Is he?
I know someone asked.
I
for him
know.
to be
I
in it.
know that Marcus asked if he could at one point,
Mm.
but I had said like you'd have to talk to Connor because I think someone talked. I think Team Torchwood talked about Spider-Man 2 because I said it was badly written, and he said no. And then obviously Marcus is in the Discord, and he saw. But yeah, I think that arc is all over and done with right now. So.
This is off topic,
What's
but
the fight?
after
Yeah.
watching Dragon Ball Z, I've been making the mistake of calling Lord Slug. Well, that's where the meme comes from. Jerry made it up when
Yeah.
Jerry made up the Lord Slug meme from Dragon Ball Z. And that's why on Dylan's 1,000 subscriber live stream, he did a fuck, marry, kill where it was Dylan Heath, Lord Slug from the Seeds of Death, and Lord Slug from Dragon Ball Z. The way Jay handles criticism is better than MauLer because although logic is important, there are other aspects to criticism. I think that's a bit of a straw man. I do think there are other things that MauLer touches on. I just think that
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
MauLer is such a specialist with logical consistency that I feel like that's why there's so much content about him talking about it. But I don't think that's he does touch on other things too. But if
he watches his video on the Father, which is a fucking banger video, such a good video.
Yeah,
he talks more than just like logical consistency.
Oh yeah,
because there's a lot to that film.
But he watches a video on Avengers: Infinity War where he talks about all the character drama.
Yeah, because I think it's pretty much accepted that Infinity War is not well written in terms of its plot overall, but the characters is really fucking good. And I think that's the general consensus right now. And hey, MauLer also thinks the 10th Doctor is the best, so he's based.
That's true. He hasn't seen Classic Who, but still based.
I mean, Midnight is his favorite episode, and he did talk about it quite a bit, and it was really good shit.
Yeah,
I wish he talked about it more.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Midnight is fucking poggers.
Yeah, and that's the thing. MauLer was like you said, like because obviously 10 has a very much an egotistical element to his character, which is very consistent with his character, and that's played with in that episode because he says constantly throughout his areas he's the clever one. And it says in Midnight, and it backfires.
Oh my god!
Really
you know, one time I listened to a video that had Dylan, Joey, and Jacob on it. And they were talking. It was like a Halloween video. So they did 3 scary stories. So they did like Fury from the Deep. They did The Brain of Morbius, and then they did Midnight. And the way Dylan described Midnight just like gave my brain cancer, because basically. What he said is the reason why Tennant's good at Midnight is because he's portrayed as bad, whereas when he does egotistical things elsewhere...
He's not, though. But the Doctor was right, though. How is he portrayed bad? He was right.
I know. And then when
that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Like, I'm not even joking. That's kind of insane logical thinking.
I know. But there's more. There's more. So he said that the reason why it's good in Midnight is because he's portrayed as being wrong. And then he also said the reason why it's bad elsewhere is because he's portrayed as being the hero space Jesus.
Fuck off.
It's so funny.
Well, Prime, that's the arc right now. They've moved on from Star Wars. Like, Star Wars is done.
And they moved on from Game of Thrones.
The next show run.
And they moved on from Game of Thrones because that's done as well. Until the prequels come out.
Yeah, like Prime, I'm sorry to break it to you, but DC and Marvel right now is really shit.
You know,
Phase 4 is really bad.
You know what would be really interesting is, like, if we end up doing all the Game of Thrones reviews, right? And then, like, if we ended up finishing, like, Season 8, for example, before the prequels come out, and then we react to the Game of Thrones prequel, like
oh god,
both seeing it for the first time at the same time.
Jesus, it probably won't be any good as well, and I'll be just
I mean, Dave and Dan aren't writing it, but it's also gonna have
that's the thing.
It's also gonna have Matt Smith in it.
I know that's gonna be crazy. But yeah, and also Prime, like, if you don't care about the movies they're talking about, you don't have to watch. Like, you don't. You can do other stuff, and that's perfectly fine. But that's not a criticism on them, because that's the content they wanted to do, and it's still good content.
Well, the thing is, I tuned out of EFAP for about a year or two, and then it wasn't until very recently when they did Full Fat that I like got back into them. And it's not that I ever disliked them or anything. It's just that they were covering a lot of things that I hadn't seen. And so I was just like, well,
Exactly. They cover a lot of topics, and it's not going to be for everyone, and that's perfectly fine. They still do a bunch of content on other stuff for hours on end.
yeah, it's
So
like
there's always something
it's just
there.
like, if they're gonna do a fucking podcast on Birds of Prey, I'm not gonna go and watch Birds of Prey just so I can listen
I
to
will,
that.
because I think it'll be funny, but it's not for everyone, because not everybody watches that content.
Yeah, but
I've been thoroughly enjoying the DC arc, because the DCEU is garbage.
but I recently got back into EFAP again since they did the Full Fat stuff, and I've been listening to a lot of it, and it's good shit.
Yeah, it's good. Like, I listen to it constantly at work, and it gets me through my shifts. Like, it's just the super chats portion, especially. It's just good stuff to listen to. It's nothing too deep, depending on the conversation.
Yeah, I wish I could listen to EFAP on my shows, but unfortunately, I don't have that luxury.
Mm.
The corporation wouldn't be very happy with that, would they? The big Colonel Sanders is watching me.
Yeah, I think that be a nice place to wrap up. I think.
Yeah, Chibnall's leaving Doctor Who, and that's good.
Yes, Jodie's leaving, which is a shame. We actually didn't really. Let's just go touch on Jodie leaving. Like, it's a shame, but like, it's not been good. She hasn't had good writing, and the character is kind of fucked right now. So it's probably best to just like move on. I'd say. I just wish she got better scripts in the show. I really do.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like small little glimpses you can see of her potential, but it's never fully realized. Even like the
closest we get was Haunting.
But even then, this like we praise it because it's her best, but like there's so much prestige to a lot of the other Doctors in this show that she just pales in comparison, even with that episode existing. Like you can be like, oh, Jodie was characterized better in Haunting, and that's a nice like standout, but it's like I could point to like fucking 15 Peter Davison episodes where he's better than she is in that one.
Yeah,
I could, even like Matt Smith, I could do that, and I don't even give a shit about the 11th Doctor really, but I could point to so many episodes where he's better, and it's just such a shame, really.
Yeah, it really is. It really is, because I remember, I've said this many times, but I watched Broadchurch before Series 11, and I was just thoroughly impressed by Jodie as an actress, and I was really excited to see what material she would be given, and she got nothing to work with, and then the characterization was downright insulting for the Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
It was just, I just don't understand what Chibnall wanted, and like, he's so inconsistent as well, and that's the big thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a real shame, because I know, and we both know, that Jodie can pull it off.
Oh yeah, I've seen clips of her in
Never got given the chance.
I've seen clips of her in Black Mirror, and she plays horror really well. Like the sort of panicking, like possessed body. She's great at that. I've also seen her on stage in Antigone with Christopher Eccleston, and she has a really strong presence in that. Like, she can act, she has talent, but the characterization didn't serve her well, and her performance didn't translate that characterization to something really good, and that's a shame. And I do wish that she got another writer to give her good shit, but also I'm kind of relieved, because I'm like, well, we can just start fresh with a new Doctor and just kind of move on.
Yeah, I'm just happy to move on and just forget about this whole era, because it's been, in many ways, it's been a waste of time, but it's just so damaging as well.
And even then,
just...
even if I don't think Jodie is bad as an actress, I still am getting sick of her anyway. Like, I'm getting a little bit tired of her performance, so I'm kind of ready to move on.
Because it's kind of the same performance every time. It's the same every episode.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
And we have the light at the end of the tunnel for the Chibnall era.
Yeah.
And a lot sooner than we thought. And I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, I was with the Chibnall era, I was hoping for a return to form. I wanted her to be, you know, on par with like Doctors 1 to 10. That's what I wanted for her. I wanted to be her to be in that league, but she wasn't. And I would even say Moffat's Doctors beat her by quite a distance, and that's saying something. That is saying something, because there's a lot of problems with the 11th Doctor and the 12th Doctor in terms of writing, and even in some cases performance, I would argue, but mainly writing. But with Jodie, it's another level of bad, and that's a real shame. It's a level of bad where she doesn't even get highlights to celebrate, really. That's the biggest shame, is that with Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi, I can point to episodes where they actually are great doctors, and it redeems them in a way. It redeems the things that I don't like. It offsets a lot of that bad stuff, because you can actually find material where they're great. But with Jodie, it's just consistently bad all the way through, pretty much, and that's a real shame. It's so disappointing. And I really think the 14th Doctor is going to be a very important incarnation, because like they really have to turn this shit around, don't they? Like I feel like the next showrunner and the next Doctor could be a make or break for the show, like whether it stays on air or not.
Yeah, this is very important. This next era, it really is. I'm hoping for the best, but the BBC have got to get it right. They got to really think about who's next. They really do.
Oh, absolutely.
This can't be a quick fix.
Yeah, I mean, like Classic Who was able to stay alive for 26 years. That is a fucking achievement, and I would be very sad if if New Who only lasted half of that. You know, it's like Russell T Davies. You could argue in his 4 seasons, he ensured immortality, really, and it would only take bad writing and mistakes to break that immortality. Really, that's kind of how I see it. Is that if you just consistently keep the show good, it won't die because of how well Russell T Davies set up the new series.
Yeah,
but because of all the bad writing that's come since then, it's slowly becoming endangered, and that's a problem.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And see, like, you know, sometimes it can also be too little too late as well, because, like, for example, the last 2 seasons of Classic Who are great. The last 2 Sylvester McCoy seasons. But it was too late by that point. The BBC already knew they wanted to get rid of the show. So, like, I am a bit scared that the BBC has its plans to axe it eventually, and they're just going to wait for the next showrunner to run their course. But hopefully that's not the case. It's also bad for the franchise too, because it means, like, if the show's not on TV, that means Big Finish doesn't get as much exposure. And that's not a good thing, because Big Finish deserves exposure. Or at least not all of it, but on the whole, it would be a shame if Big Finish crumbled as a result of the TV show being axed. But fingers crossed, that's not what happens. Fingers crossed we get through Series 13 to show whatever Chibnall's quality is, it maintains something, and then we get to the next showrunner and the next Doctor, and we're back to the races. I desperately hope that they're better than Chibnall. Please. It's all I want. Just better than Chibnall, at the very least.
Yeah. It's going to be some interesting content we made once Series 13 starts rolling out. That's for sure.
Power Spyan, are you insinuating that season 6 of Classic Who isn't good? Because I would fundamentally disagree with you.
Ooh.
Troughton's third season has some of my favourite stories of all time in it. One of them is my favourite story of all time, so... obviously, Derek Sherwin and Barry Litz did a lot for the show, but that doesn't mean that Troughton Zero was shit. It wasn't. It was great. And if you come up with me with, like, the Space Pirates, I will slap you. Sean Pertwee is the 14th Doctor with David Troughton as the companion. Oh dear.
I think that's all. I think we've talked about it enough.
Yeah, well, next EDAR is going to be with Marcus, isn't it?
Magoo.
And we're going to be covering Samuel Davis's video on trying to quote-unquote fix the New Who finales. I believe the finales he tries to fix are Last of the Time Lords, Journey's End, Ranscore, and Timeless Children. So, And then after that, we're going to be reading hot takes from a Doctor Who episode guide. And then after that, we're going to be reacting to Will Maddox's meme compilation, which should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that should be fun.
And Marcus is a funny lad, so that should be a good time.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for coming to watch. It's been a fun time.
I know season 6 had fairly bad ratings, but it's great. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, I mean, bad ratings doesn't automatically mean it's bad.
Yeah, bloody series 1 of New Who, like the Bad Wolf had the worst ratings of the season, and yeah, it's one of the best episodes.
Yep.
Yeah. The fucking season 26 had appalling ratings, and it's one of the best seasons. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ratings don't mean everything. You can
They give you context.
Like, you can have a quality niche. It does exist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Series 10 has got the worst ratings of the Moffat era. In fact, it's got some of the worst of New Who as a whole. And yet Series 10 is much better quality, in my opinion, than some of the other Moffat stuff. So there you go.
Yep. All right.
Well, that'll be all, folks. Hallelujah.
Thank you for
Hallelujah.
coming.
Hallelujah.